Good morning. The Tuesday, December 17th, 2024, regular County Commission meeting will now be called to order. We'll begin with a moment of silent reflection for the first responders and members of the armed forces, followed by an invocation by the Reverend Dr. Joseph LaGuardia, and Commissioner Susan Adams will be leading us in the pledge. Please rise.
Good morning, everyone. Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah. It's good to see you all. The beautiful rainbow outside of our building reminds us that the heavens declare God's glory, and just a reminder of this beautiful city in which we live. We thank you for your service and for all those who make our county a better place and a great place to live. Let's pray. Lord, we thank you for this day. First and foremost, we thank you for our first responders, our military who guarantee our freedoms, and those who protect us so that we can meet like this in a free democracy in which we can discuss and dialogue and even disagree without fear of reprisals. Lord, we ask that you bolster this meeting with your guidance, and that you provide wisdom, that as we have this city and this county, something special, that of Vero Beach, Lord, and beyond. May this board, Lord, seek your will and guidance and really bring about the quality of life that you already assure us in nature and in this time and place. Bless us for these high holy days to which so many faith communities are entering this season, and may we have safe travels and a wonderful December. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. Next item. I know you've all read the agenda in infinitum. So are there any additions, deletions to the agenda, emergency items?
Just one, sorry, just a very short presentation.
Anything else? Accepting a motion to approve. We have a motion. Commissioner Ehrman, second by Vice Chairman Law. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We're going to move on to an additional presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Adams did a thing in Tallahassee, a very special thing. It was a huge accomplishment, and that is that she ran for second vice president of Florida Association of Counties. And for those who do not know the history of that, the organization is actually almost 100 years old. It began in 1929 as the State Association of County Commissioners. And the function of the organization is to cooperate and collaborate with the state legislature in terms of implementation or suggestions and implementations of policies. So it's a very important position. And it was very exciting to be there. This was the first week of December, and I think Kim has some photos. Okay, well, those we can continue. Those are just some of the people involved. It was very exciting. It was a four-way race, which if you've ever been in politics, if you've run for office or helped someone who's run for office, a four-way race it's pretty darn exciting. So what happened was, and by the way, only elected county commissioners can vote, and you must be in the room. So the excitement builds incredibly, I have to say. I've run for office many times. I've never been the cheerleader, and I do mean cheerleader, It was incredible. But this is, in the runoff, okay, there was a tie. It was a tie. I couldn't believe it. It was a tie. That's Commissioner Ken Cornell from Alachua County and our very own Commissioner Susan Adams. So, by the way, we all voted again in the tiebreaker. And Commissioner Adams won. She won. Oh, and these, I should say, all of these photos are professionally taken by the photographer who was there at the time. We just chose. Yeah. And I want to thank the commissioner assistants for helping me. We can go on. Thank you. The photos. Oh, yes. And Commissioner Kathy Townsend was also present and helping.
Yep.
Cheer us on.
Look at that.
And then you take an oath as second vice president. And Commissioner Ehrman, also was present. So there we are, the three of us at the conclusion of the win, congratulating the winning party. But I want to thank you also, and you can see on the left-hand side there's our county logo and staff support was very nice. On the right is Commissioner Marino from Palm Beach County. She was one of the 4 people running. But she didn't even make it to the tiebreaker. I'm sorry. It's just the way it worked out. She's very nice. We can continue. And thank you, Commissioner Moreno. This was the table. It was very well organized. The citrus, beautifully done. And thank you to everyone who contributed to that. And last but least, I didn't know who this was. Do you know who this is?
Yeah. That's
citrus-
Commissioner Iglesias, Ramon Iglesias.
Oh, okay.
He was practicing his juggling skills.
Oh, that's
Our
great.
oranges.
Well, thank you very much, Kim. And this is very brief, certificate of recognition. Congratulations to Commissioner Susan Adams on her election as second vice president of Florida Association of Counties on December 6, 2024. The Board of County Commissioners and county staff are proud to have her represent the best interests of Indian River County and all Floridians on this statewide board. Presented the 17th day of December, 2024, Board of County Commissioners, Indian River County, Florida. God bless. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you guys. And I just want to thank staff from Community Services that was there. They are definitely the best cheerleaders. And I think there's a couple of counties that might be thinking of running for second VP next year that are in talks to maybe contract them away for their campaigns. They did a great job. And thank you to my fellow commissioners for your support there, your support here, and your continued support over the next couple years as you allow me to perform my duties. So I really couldn't do it without you guys. It was really exciting, and I appreciate everybody's help on this. It's a team effort. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now we have somebody up north.
Yes, now you have somebody up north.
Yes, wonderful.
Did you want to?
Mr. Chairman, just a housekeeping matter, if we needed to, do we need a vote on the addition of the ship report? It's be consent 9Q, it's under additions. I didn't know if procedurally we needed to vote the addition in, or.
I think we did that.
We're good?
Yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure 9Q is part of the record, the ship report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, we'll move on to approval of minutes. So we have many. We're going to do them individually. We're going to
Individually?
individually. So the approval for the preliminary budget hearing on September 11, 2024.
So moved.
And we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next item is the final budget hearing meeting on September 18th, 2024.
So moved.
So moved and second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to the regular meeting of September 24, 2024.
So moved.
Second? We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We have the meeting minutes for the regular meeting for October 8th, 2024.
So moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We have the regular meeting of October 22nd, 2024.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And we have the special call meeting of October 30th, 2024. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We're moving on to informational items. The only informational item we have is the 2025 committee assignments. And I ask you all to serve the greater good of the public well in your appointed positions. Thank you. Any further discussion? Moving on to public comment. This is the time in which we'll have public comment for any agenda-related matters except for public hearings or quasi-judicial matters. Does anybody would like to speak in part to any specific agenda item? You'll have an opportunity again during that item, but we give you the opportunity in case you have other things to do. We'll then move on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda. Anyone?
I'd like to pull 9K, please.
9K Kilo.
Yeah, yes. Thank
And
you.
I'd like to pull 9M Michael. Anything further?
Move to approve as amended.
Second. That's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We'll move on to item K Kilo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the community, item 9K is acceptance of sponsorship from Cleveland Clinic for a centennial celebration, and it was is a $10,000 contribution. I do not support this, basically for two reasons. One is, I think there's already some confusion with regard to county commission and the hospitals in the county. I get complaints because people think that we run it, or we somehow, it's under our jurisdiction, which it's not. Just to clarify, there is an elected body, hospital district, that serves in terms of any kind of control or influence over the hospitals. So in terms of not furthering that confusion, which is definitely out there. And also, I think Cleveland Clinic, my understanding from what I've read in the media and also from comments from different people out in the community, and also complaints that I've received and then forwarded to hospital district, is going through I'll just characterize it as a difficult time. I don't know all the details, but it's going through a difficult time. And from my perspective, I would hope that the $10,000 might be used by them to improve patient care. So I'm not in support of this. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Well, we've received a bit of money to support the centennial. Personally, I don't agree with the concept that the public is misled that we operate the hospitals. We happen to have a hospital district individual in the room. And I think that everyone, Counselor, you're good. I think that if anybody knows anything about this community, they know that we have a hospital district. It's on the ballot. It's well discussed. It's discussed at the Taxpayers Association. It's discussed publicly, and it's covered well by the media. So I don't think there's any confusion that there is a hospital district, and it is not a county commission-directed hospital. We also have we have a private hospital and we have a public hospital. But the word public does not ensure that it is operated under the guise of the Indian River County Board of County Commissioners. So I respectfully disagree with that. I'm very pleased and honored that we do have the opportunity that the hospital will step up to the plate and be participating in the centennial. The hospital was discussed, and it was also named very differently many years ago. It is one of the taller buildings. It services our community, and I think they're going in the right path. And I embrace that they want to be part of the centennial celebration. But with that, we would need a motion to approve or disapprove that agenda item in the consent agenda.
Motion approved.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Sir, hear from staff?
Please, most certainly.
I can't speak directly for Cleveland Clinic, but what I can say is the reason that Cleveland Clinic came to this area was in the 1940s. There was a plane crash, and one of the gentlemen that actually owned Cleveland Clinic was on that plane crash and was so grateful for the people in Fellsmere who saved him and his wife. And so when years later came, they decided to build the hospital here. So they have a very long, respectful understanding of Indian River County since the 1940s. I just wanted to point that out.
I want to thank you for looking at the history of those who want to be involved as well. It's very important, and it's a commitment to where we've been and where we're going, especially on the 100th anniversary.
Thank you.
And thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Opposed? Nay.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 9M, Mike, and that's the agreement for the traffic signal synchronization for the cohabitation of the Florida East Coast Railway LLC and Brightline Florida LLC for the 41st, 45th, and 49th Railroad Highway grade crossings. As you all recall, that this was part of our agreement settlement, and it is long overdue. Those intersections are extremely challenging, and I believe that the citizens have been partially imperiled by the delay. It was supposed to be done last year by Christmas time, and ironically, it's going to be done this year for Christmas time. So they were just wrong on the annual number, but the target was for the holidays. I think it's very important, and I'd like to ask the county administrator just to wrap it up on it.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board. It is my understanding that it's possible that they may be completed this week. I know last night when I drove through all three intersections, two of them are still flashing, one's not. But it's my understanding that they are endeavoring to be completed this week.
And it has presented a lot of confusion, and we've had quite a few near misses, and we've had some misses, and we've had some hits. And it's very unfortunate that we had to go through the arduous process, but I'm very pleased that it's getting done for the citizens. With that,
Move approval.
second. We need a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now move on to the constitutional offices, governmental agencies, Indian River County Sheriff's Office Forfeiture Trust Fund. And the sheriff has attached some documents for us to review on the Forfeiture Trust Fund. Good morning, Sheriff.
Good morning and Merry Christmas. How are you guys today?
Merry
Thanks for
Christmas,
making time
Sheriff.
for me today. Our request is to spend a total of $131,072 on like-kind additional equipment for law enforcement and corrections, life-saving supplies, as an additional $11,000 that will go to charity organizations around the community.
Move approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thanks, guys. Have a great day. Merry Christmas. I don't see you.
Service well, Sheriff. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to public hearings. The first public hearing is legislative in nature, and we have the biosolids moratorium extension ordinance. It's legislative in nature, and all attachments are there. Counselor? Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman. And as you summed this up last week, or 2 weeks ago perfectly, this is the annual resolution to continue disallowing biosolids, Class B biosolids, to be placed on land anywhere in the county. Under state statute, we can continue our existing ordinances when the state statute took over, and that's why we do it every year. It was a yearly ordinance to start with, and so every year we have to do it again unless the commission decides they want to allow Class B biosolids to be spread on agricultural land. So we are here today for the public hearing and to endorse this new ordinance so we can come back and keep it clean as it is and come back next year.
Well, we look forward to this day as we look forward to the holidays that we're going to address biosolids. Thank you.
Good timing.
Anything for Counselor? With that, we'll open up the public hearing. There are 2 microphones. Counselor is occupying one, but there is an additional. Having given ample opportunity for anyone to come forward, we'll close the public hearing. We have a motion and a second. Vice Chairman Law, thank you. Myself. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Great work. It's dirty, but somebody's got to do it. And the next item is a public hearing scheduled for December 17th to consider the notice of intent to use the uniform method of collecting non-ad valorem assessments. Counselor?
Yes, Commissioners, Indian River County levies a number of special assessments, and it also utilizes the statutory method to levy and collect them, which is called the uniform method of collecting non-ad valorem assessments. Most local governments use this method. In order to use this method, the county is required before the end of the year to notify the public of its intent and to advertise for 4 consecutive weeks, which we have done, and to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution indicating this intent and stating the need for the levy. I also want to point out that you're adopting 2 resolutions today. One is for yourself acting as the Board of County Commissioners, and one is for you acting as a solid waste disposal district for any special assessments that the solid waste disposal district may levy next year. So my recommendation is that the board conduct a public hearing on these resolutions, take comment from interested persons, and approve the 2 attached resolutions regarding the intent to use the uniform method of levy and collection of special assessments. Are there any questions?
And once again, Counselor, as we are required to deal with the biosolids on an annual basis, we need to commit to the public on our uniform application.
That's right.
So we'll be taking 2 resolutions, so we'll be taking 2 votes.
Right, that would be great. Thank you.
But
We're impressed
what?
that you caught that.
Been here a couple of weeks. Yeah, 18 years. God bless. I didn't know it was going to be that long. Thank you, Counsel. Any questions for Counselor? We'll now open up the public hearing. If anyone wishes to speak regarding the resolution, regarding either resolution, we'll give you the opportunity to speak now. Okay. I have full faith in your government. We'll now close the public hearing, having given ample opportunity to speak on either resolution.
Move approval.
On, let's do them separately, so we have separate, because one is in the county commission, and the other is in the waste disposable district, which is a separate entity. And we change hats during that session. So we'll take a motion
On the first.
on the first for, and so we have a motion by Vice Chairman Law, seconded by Commissioner Ehrman. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? First resolution passed. Second resolution is in the waste disposable district.
Move to approve.
Second. We have a motion by Commissioner Morse, seconded by myself. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So both resolutions are done, and we will be working uniformly. Next item is the Orlando Health Hospital Revenue Bonds hearing. We are required to have this hearing for both the county commission and for the hospital district.
Commissioners, Orlando Health Facilities Authority, which is a not-for-profit corporation, has purchased the Sebastian River Hospital, and they've requested that the county schedule this public hearing for them and to approve a plan, a resolution on their plan to issue hospital revenue bonds. The county, I'd like to point out, is not financially liable for any of the payments on any of the debt, and that's made very clear in the resolution. Orlando Health, in order to issue these bonds, is obligated by the Internal Revenue Service to post a notice of its intent, have a public hearing, and obtain the approval of the Board of County Commissioners as the applicable elected representative of Indian River County. Orlando Health proposes to issue these hospital revenue bonds in an amount not to exceed $200 million to refinance the purchase of acquiring Sebastian River Hospital and to pay for improvements and equipment associated with the hospital. So I know, and I do want to point out that a notice of this public hearing was posted on the county's primary website starting on December 4th. Also, there is a representative from Orlando Health here, Mr. Cortez Watley, to speak to this item and to answer any questions that the board may have. So my recommendation is that you open the public hearing, invite Mr. Watley to speak, and take comments from interested persons, and consider approving the resolution for Orlando Health's issuance of these hospital revenue bonds.
Okay, well, good morning, and we're going to open up your public hearing.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, County Administrator, and County Attorney. I just want that was summed up perfectly, so I don't really have much of a comment other than say, just a quick introduction. Cortez Watley, Local Government Affairs Manager for Orlando Health, and we are excited to be here and working within the county. And this is just one of many first steps in regards to our recent acquisition of what is now Orlando Health, Sebastian River Hospital. So with that, a couple other just minor points. I think County Attorney mentioned that there's no financial impact. That also does not go against any of the credit for the county as well. And again, there's no liabilities. So it's essentially conduit financing that allows us to have the Orange County health facilities to issue out these bonds and for us to take advantage of tax exempt bonds. So With that, that's all I have unless there are any other questions. And just know that my office is open for any questions here, but also in the future, if you guys have anything regarding Orlando Health questions and you want to get in touch with us, I will be your point of contact and would love to have those open lines of communications if there's ever any issues or questions in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone that wishes to speak in part to this application? Quiet group today. It's your opportunity. Oh, I see another member of the hospital board here. See, they exist. Okay. We've just closed that public hearing.
Move approval.
We have a motion by Vice Chairman Law, seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you so much.
Sign of great work. With that, we'll move on to the item 11A4, which is non-quasi-judicial. And that will be the Randolph Construction Groups, Inc.'s request for conceptual plan development, PD, plan for PD rezoning, approval for a residential development to be known as Hunters Grove PD. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Go Brandon.
Good. How are you? All right, everybody can see the screen? All right. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. Before you today is the Hunters Grove Plan Development. This is for the PD rezoning and conceptual PD plan/plat. So the process for a PD rezoning is a twofold process. First, there is a PD rezoning and conceptual PD plan that goes to the board of, or that goes to the.
Excuse
Planning
me,
and Zoning-
Brandon.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I think you need expert witnesses. What do you raise it?
This is not. Excuse me? You don't have that on the list. You have item 11A5, you have item 11A6, and 11A7 in the document that you prepared. I'll be happy to do that as required. Okay? Yes. Well, I believe when it said rezoning, but
Yeah, it wasn't called out on the agenda,
yes.
We'll go through it.
We'll go through with that. And
I'm
we
prepared to swear.
need it noted on the agenda when it is, and what is not clarified. Thank you. Apologies to the public. With that, this item on the agenda is for consideration for a request to amend the zoning ordinance and zoning map for approximately 22.28 acres from CG General Commercial, the district, to OCR, Office Commercial Residential District.
It's,
Well, I have just read what the attorney has given me. We're going to take a brief recess. the appropriate information? Yes. Thank you. Anybody else? No. The next item is the Randolph Construction Group Incorporated's request for conceptual plan development, PD plan, and PD rezoning approval for a residential development to be known as Hunters Grove, PD-23-07-03, sub 20045050087-94636. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. The applicants are the Randolph Construction Group, and there is a checklist, and at this time, I need to ask all the county commissioners to disclose any ex parte communications, site visits, or independent investigations. And we'll start at the left.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I have the Hunters Grove PD transportation impact analysis having to do with traffic that was last revised November 2023, and that was produced by Kimley Horn. And thank you to staff for providing it. Nothing else to declare.
Which you reviewed?
Yes.
And will be submitted to the clerk as record.
Sure, well, they have it, but yes.
Thank you. None that I'm aware of.
None. None that I'm aware of.
Okay. I need to also confirm that all commissioners can operate in an open mind and are available to base their decision on the evidence presented with applicable law. Start with the right.
Can and will.
Can and will.
Can and will.
With that, I will open up the public hearing. As I open up the public hearing, if there is anybody that wishes to speak in behalf, please stand and be sworn in by the clerk, who will swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
We'll now proceed with a presentation by county staff.
So I'll just go ahead and start over again since we're kind of starting fresh. So good morning, members of the commission. Before you today is the Hunters Grove Plan Development, PD rezoning, conceptual PD plan, and plat. So the PD rezoning process is a twofold process. It involves a PD rezoning and conceptual PD plan that receives a recommendation by the Plan and Zoning Commission. It then goes on to this body for an approval or alternate recommendation. There's also the preliminary PD plan / plat for this project that also ran concurrently that did go to the Plan and Zoning Commission and did receive approval for that portion of the process. Once we exit this process, then we get into the land development permit phase. And then finally, the final PD or plan / plat is brought up to this body. The property is located north of 41st Street and east of 43rd Avenue. The subject site is currently zoned RS6, and they're seeking a PD rezoning. On screen is an aerial of the site, just to kind of give you an idea of how the building and infrastructure will be overlaid with existing conditions on site. As you can see, the majority of the site is mostly vacant with some small structures on the site. So the summary of the development, it is approximately 17.80 acres. It is going to be a 161-unit multifamily complex. The overall density is 9.04 units to the acre. The future land use allows up to 10 units to the acre, so it is going to be under our allowable density. And they're only seeking one PD waiver, which is in regards to stormwater maintenance. So as I said, here's the conceptual PD plan. It provides for 161 units. They're going to be laid out mostly in the interior of the site with a few buildings on the perimeter of the site. There's also going to be a clubhouse with a pool located on the southeastern portion of the site as well. So as mentioned, the one PD waiver is just for the request for the requirement of stormwater maintenance. This was reviewed and approved by Public Works, so this waiver is acceptable to staff. Traffic circulation plan calls for your standard ring road that goes around the site. You're going to have one full access driveway connection to 41st Street. And because this property is over 100 units, it does require one emergency access driveway for fire and ambulances. So that will be located along 43rd Avenue. Stormwater pond is very simple. There's just one stormwater pond within the interior of the site. Landscape buffers, you're going to have your 20-foot thoroughfare plan road buffer along 43rd Avenue and a portion of 41st Street. There is also required to be a 30-foot type B buffer on the southwestern portion of the site. The reason why this buffer is a little bit more than the buffer on the opposite side of 41st Street is because it abuts commercial zoning. So because it abuts commercial zoning, this is a residential project, it requires a little bit larger buffer. And then there are buffers for 15-foot type C on both the north and east portions of the property. These go above and beyond what code would allow, or what code does require. So the applicant is providing us a little bit more here. The required improvements are the internal sidewalk and pedestrian system, street lightings, and green space and recreation areas. The public benefits, so because this is a PD rezoning, it does require public benefits. So the project is going to provide a dedication of 20 feet of right-of-way along the north side of 41st Street. There's also going to be a dedication of 15 feet of right-of-way along the east side of 43rd Avenue. The applicant will also be providing a bus stop with shelter on the north side of 41st Street. The location will be determined via the land development permit stage. The applicant will also be providing a sidewalk extension along the north side of 41st Street that will extend the sidewalk network approximately 1,525 linear feet, and it should end somewhere around the intersection of 32nd Avenue and 41st Street. So we're going to continue to get some crucial sidewalk along 41st Street. And then finally, the increased 15-foot type C landscape buffer along the north and east property lines would also be considered a public benefit. At its meeting on November 14th, 2024, the Plan and Zoning Commission voted 6-0 to recommend that the BCC grant PD rezoning and conceptual PD plan/plat use approval with the conditions recommended by staff. The board also added one additional condition, which involves a fence going around the stormwater pond. Also, at that same meeting, the PZC also concurrently approved the preliminary PD plan/plat for this project, as well as both of those processes ran concurrently with one another. Staff recommends that the BCC grant PD rezoning and conceptual PD plan approval for the Hunters Grove PD with the conditions listed in the staff report. These conditions generally refer to the dedication of right-of-way, obtaining Metropolitan Planning Organization approval for the final bus stop and shelter location, obtain staff approval for the final sidewalk location and design along 41st Street, which will also happen with the LDP stage, final landscaping, street lighting, and tree protection mitigation plans, the construction of all on-site and off-site improvements, and finally, the PZC imposed condition of installing a fence around the retention pond. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Brandon. Thank you. Is there any questions for staff? Please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you explain what the difference is between a full access driveway and the emergency access driveway in this plan?
So the full access driveway will allow for full left and right movement in and out of the site. And then the emergency access is only to be used for emergency vehicles. So it's typically unimproved surface. There's usually a gate with a knockbox so that the fire department can utilize it if they have to.
And I guess, do you think that this is sufficient for this level of traffic? The reason being the number of units here is 161. And from the traffic impact analysis, that will generate 1,159 daily trips. And I'm thinking of other places where we run into this. For example, Segovia, which has 85 residences and just a single driveway in and out. Because these are major routes, as that is Segovia is located on 58th Avenue. For those who are not familiar with that. So I'm just concerned that perhaps it should be two full access driveways. Would you comment on that, please?
Yes, ma'am. So historically, all of these projects are looked at via Public Works and traffic, and Public Works in the past and this project has taken the stance that they want to try to allow as few amount of driveway cuts as possible to, not have so many access points onto local roads. So typically most projects get one access unless it's a really major project that would warrant additional accesses. The traffic report was done and reviewed by traffic engineering, and another full lane was not warranted for this access. So, and the emergency access is only required because it's over 100 units. So if it was under 100 units, they wouldn't even have to do emergency access.
I see. So over how many units would two full access driveways be required?
That I'm not sure.
Okay. All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Why did the planning and zoning put the additional requirement on there of fencing the stormwater pond?
It was just a safety concern by one of the commissioners. It's not actually required by our code. So during the review process, engineering and planning didn't think it was warranted. However, one of the planning and zoning members was just concerned, so they wanted to have a fence around the stormwater pond, and it was unanimously approved.
Does that impact the maintenance waiver or anything like that?
I do not
Or
believe so.
their ability to?
Mr. Chair, if I could, for the record, Ryan Sweeney, Assistant Planning and Development Services Director. There'll still be gates to access that maintenance area. But yeah, we believe it was a safety concern in light of the recent drowning of the young kid in the canal nearby.
Okay. Yeah, no, I know in the past we had kind of gotten away from that because it just was visually not as appealing, and you use some of those facilities as kind of amenities, if you will.
Sure.
Of course, that brings up other issues, but nonetheless, I was just curious because I knew it wasn't necessarily a requirement and wondered what they were thinking and how that conversation went. So.
Yeah, Aaron, you'll be able to chime in once staff.
Yeah, you can weave that in later on.
Can we
I
take
think that's
that
the
phone?
Orlando Health person that took
And
off.
somebody has left the phone, so
Okay.
can we remove the phone
Yeah, thanks.
from the hearing? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions of staff from the dais? Anyone, does the applicant have any questions of staff?
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Aaron Stanton, for the record, engineer of record for the project with MBV Engineering, 1835 20th Street. That was actually the last condition, which was the fence around the stormwater pond, was one of the conditions that was imposed by P&Z. In talking with, we said we'd go back and talk with the owner about that. And he did not really want that condition as part of it. The reason being it didn't really fit with the aesthetic. It's not required by code if you meet the grades, which we do or will exceed on this development. And I think it was more of a knee-jerk reaction on the part of the commissioner about the death, which was very tragic. But if you look around the county, there's plenty of bodies of water in most developments here in this county that do not have fences around it. And he would respectfully request, when this approval goes before you guys, that it not be included as a condition of approval. That's all. I can answer any other questions you might have about the project or about that particular condition.
At this time, I was about to ask if you had any further presentation at this time.
That was it, just about that one condition. I think staff did a really great job. They always do. We work with them closely, and they always put together a very good and thorough presentation. So we have nothing else to add, unless you have questions.
We earlier discussed the second access being emergency. Is that Yelp activated, or is that Knox Key activated?
The access, I'm sorry, what are the two options?
The option is a Knox Key?
Oh, a Knox, yes, Knox.
Or which would be for fire service?
Yes.
Or is it Yelp activated so that law enforcement and fire can address the same, and as well as emergency medical management?
Well, right now, it's listed as a Knox access, but if staff or the commissioners would want it to be a full access for those police services, we could definitely include that as well.
I believe that would be more
Yeah.
appropriate so that we can have full emergency response and all three entities could have access to ensure the public safety in a more enhanced manner.
We would be more than willing to do that, yeah. I agree.
Okay. Anything further? We had a presentation by the applicant. Any questions of the applicant? Any further questions by commissioners or county staff? If not, this time, I'm going to call for the input from the public, if any. 2 microphones and your opportunity. Once again, any questions by commissioners, county staff, or applicant? Seeing none, we're looking at the final presentation and argument, if any, by county staff. Randy, you have anything further?
No, sir.
Thank you. To the applicant? I want to ask that all documents and tangible evidence, if any, be admitted into evidence and are in the hands of the clerk, so long as there are no objections. And that would include your disclosure earlier, Commissioner Moss. With that, I'll close the public hearing.
Thank you.
I would, how does everybody feel about the stormwater fence? I mean, I thought we got away from them because they caused visual blight, but also it was harder to maintain, so then you'd end up with like a cattail-filled pond, and the way this is laid out, it's right in the middle. It's not like off to the side, so I understand what they were trying to get at, but I don't think that.
Yeah, I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I think that this was to show respect to the Gifford community. The child drowned, it was a 2-year-old child drowned. It was fairly recently, it was within the last couple of months, and I attended the funeral, and there were hundreds of people at the funeral. So it was a very serious loss to the community. So that the child drowned in this kind of situation. So I believe the fence is in response to that, and I support it, showing respect to the community, to Gifford. Thank you.
I don't want to sound disrespectful, because I'm acutely familiar with that situation as well, but I don't know if that's the best way to make zoning decision, or to make decisions for planning. And it's unclear to me if this seems like it came from one planning and zoning commissioner versus the community that had concerns. And I do believe that the community had some input on this project, and that was not an issue that was raised by them. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, ma'am, that is accurate.
Okay. So I feel like to go away from what our normal policy is in a situation where it is more responsive than proactive. Plus, I don't think that event happened in this area of the county anyway. But that's just me, so I would be happy to move approval without that condition.
We have a motion and a second. We have a motion by Commissioner Adams and seconded by Vice Chairman Law. I do want to comment on the fence as well. I know the the family that has taken on, that the unconscionable experience, a loss, for just short of 30 years. If we're talking about an emotional quotient, I haven't. I've worked with many individuals in that family. I don't think it's time to trigger something that may or may not have prevented the unconscionable act. It's unfortunate it happened, and I appreciate you saying you didn't want to sound disrespectful, but we have to sort out the greater good of the county and the operations and application of moving forward. Yes, it's fair to take it into consideration, but to make it a requirement, that means any and all future endeavors, this will be made a requirement. And it does not fit all applications. So, with that, we have a motion and a second.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
You'd requested the Yelp system. You may want to put that as versus and the applicant agreed versus the,
I think it best suits the community, and the applicant said that they would conform to that. Is that correct? Would you like to state that?
Mr. Chair.
This way that all the audible,
Yes, I believe that would be agreeable to the applicant.
staff?
So I would agree with Mr. Takanich. I think it would probably be prudent just to put it as a condition, because anything that's said either by, me or the applicant or you, if it's not within a condition, it's technically, we can't enforce it. So,
Mr. Chair, if you'd like for me to amend my motion to include a new condition of the Yelp system being utilized, I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you. So the motion is amended and seconded.
Or you got it, yep.
Any further discussion?
I just had a question. Did the motion include the fence or
The
not?
motion does not include the fence. The motion is to approve it without the fence condition, but to add the Yelp usage condition.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed? Nay.
Motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Morse dissenting.
Thank you, Commissioners.
thank you.
Thank you all. We'll now move on to our regularly scheduled agenda, which is item 11A5, which is the consideration of an ordinance of Indian River County, Florida, amending the zoning ordinance and accompanying the zoning map for approximately 22.28 acres from CG, General Commercial District, to OCR, which is Office, Commercial, and Residential District, 2023-060145-97024. This is quasi-judicial in nature, so we will again, the following. This item on the agenda is for consideration of a request to amend the zoning ordinance and zoning map for approximately 22.28 acres from CG to General Commercial District to OCR, Office of Commercial Residential District. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding. The applicants are CJB Holdings, Limited Partnership, and Donald C. Proctor, Sr. I need to ask if commissioners can disclose any ex parte communication, site visits, or independent investigations. We'll start with the left.
None to declare.
Yes, the applicant, like a year ago, I think, came and spoke with most of the commissioners, so I don't have the date, but they did come and meet, and I am aware because of my traverses along US 1 where the property is located. But said meeting is not going to influence my decision today.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. And about a year ago, there was a request for contact, and I did not meet with the applicant. I did not meet with anyone regarding this project, as staff did their job and advised that this would be a quasi-judicial hearing. So I did not meet with anyone, discuss it with anyone. However, I pass the site at least twice a day, so I know where it is.
Thank you, Chair. I have not visited the site. I have not done an investigation, but as Mr. Adams mentioned, I did meet, I don't know when, and what the discussions were appear to be a little different than what is provided to us.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, same with myself. We had a meeting with the applicant and members, but it was never a question as to how we would vote. What we would do was an overview of the property and what they would like to do, but it will not influence in any way what we're brought before us today.
Thank you. With that, I'll start with you on the right and confirm that the commissioners can have an open mind and are able to base their decision on the evidence presented and applicable law.
Can and will, Chair.
Can and will.
Can and will.
And I will.
Thank you. We'll now open up the public hearing. We'll ask if anyone intends to be speaking on behalf of this item, that they rise and be sworn in by our clerk. Madam Clerk.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
We'll now have a presentation by county staff. Good morning.
Good morning. As you stated, we have a request today in front of you from CG to OCR. The subject property is 22.28 acres of undeveloped land located in the northern area of the county on the west side of US Highway 1, about a little more than a half a mile north of 510. The purpose of this request is to rezone the property to OCR, office, commercial, and residential, which permits professional offices, health clinics, and multiple family dwellings. The property is southwest of the City of Sebastian's jurisdiction and north and west of the Wabasso School, with approximately 580 feet of US Highway 1 frontage. Currently zoned general commercial, the property is within a large undeveloped commercial node extending from east to west between US Highway 1 corridor and the FEC Railroad right-of-way. I'm going to go ahead and flip to the next slide here. It gives you a little more interpretation here. From north to south, the commercial node is underutilized as commercial, with interspersed non-conforming commercial and residential structures and uses, giving the area potential for redevelopment. You can see there in the star, I've labeled the subject property, which is the 22.28 acres, and the surrounding uses. A lot of the uses on the west side of US Highway 1 are large lot non-conforming single-family homes, and even there to the south of Wabasso School, you see the continued non-conforming residential areas. It's very important for us to look at this locational criteria for this property, in particular for this zoning. I'm going to draw your attention to this policy for the locational criteria, policy 1.43, and we're going to revisit it again. The review criteria in particular is laid out in your comprehensive plan for OCR. The review criteria here is laid out as one, adjacent to existing office uses. As you can see by the uses labeled on this map, there are no existing office uses. on the west side of Highway US 1. On the east side of Highway US 1, there are general retail commercial uses that are established. So therefore, this fails to meet this criterion. The second review criteria for locational criteria for OCR zoning is it a buffer between residential zoning and arterial roads or other commercial zoning districts? It does not. It fails to miss this criterion as well. These properties are located in an established commercial node with no abutting residential zoning districts. It says zoning districts, it doesn't say uses. And the third criterion is it at node perimeters? It is not. The properties on the west side of US 1 are in an established commercial industrial node and not located at the perimeter, so it fails to meet this criterion. It fails to meet the locational criteria for OCR zoning of this policy 1.43. Further descriptions as we zoom in a little bit more on the east side of US 1 where there is some existing OCR zoning, sorry. Different locational criteria is met for policy 1.43. Existing OCR east is transitional. Existing OCR is located at a perimeter node as it abuts L2 future land use to the east. The property at the time that was zoned OCR was occupied, not undeveloped, by existing commercial uses, including legal non-conforming automobile repair shop. Now let's flip to the west side. Description and conditions of requested OCR zoning on the west side of US 1. West side, different locational, does not meet the policy 1.43 as I just went into the details. It's not transitional. It's not located at a perimeter node. It's not about any other future land use. The majority of surrounding uses are large lot, single-family residential homes, mobile home, campground type neighborhoods with the Wabasso School. The new Orchid Reserve development that's on the east side of US 1 and is well away from railroad tracks. So again, here's a zoning map. You can see the difference there where the CG commercial, the CL, is all up and down between the railroad tracks and US 1, with the residential and the lighter commercial on the east side of Highway US 1. Here's a future land use map clearly showing subject property is within a large commercial industrial future land use node. It is not located at a perimeter. CG, General Commercial District, is the existing zoning. Although the property is undeveloped, this property is intended to provide for areas for general development of retail sales, selected service activities. The CG General Zoning District is not intended to provide for heavy commercial activities such as outside commercial service uses or heavy repair. No outside storage is allowed. Self-storage in CG is limited to no more than 3 acres. The performance standards of both CG and OCR similar but different. This is really regarding the commercial, but you can see there that there is a density allowance. OCR actually requires more open space. The proposed zoning OCR is intended to provide for areas for the development of restricted office, commercial, and residential activities in a manner that would be compatible with surrounding neighborhoods. Intended to provide for land use controls to ensure a separation of potentially incompatible activities, such as intense commercial, from established residential areas. Intended to be located at perimeter of large commercial nodes to provide transition between commercial areas and residential areas. Again, I said that this was part of a property is located in a large commercial industrial future land use node, and it's in an area that's already been designated suitable for levels of service and infrastructure of urban scale development, again located along a major transportation route separated from residential areas, and there is no future land use amendment change proposed as part of this request. We do have to analyze everything pursuant to Chapter 902.12 subsection 3 and the review criteria. Policy 1.43 is wrapped up into this criteria, but as we move through this, A, is it in conflict with any applicable portion of land development regulations? We do not believe that it is. However, a mix of uses may not be compatible with surrounding land uses, since most of the surrounding land uses are designated for commercial. Consistent with all the elements of the comprehensive plan, this is where it fails to meet that policy 1.43 that I pointed out at the beginning. It's not adjacent to other office uses as required. It would not serve as a buffer between residential and commercial uses, and it is not a node perimeter. C, is it consistent with the existing proposed uses? Proposed OCR zoning is consistent. No future land use amendment is part of this request. Is in compliance with the adopted county thoroughfare plan. It has frontage on US Highway 1. Would it generate traffic that would decrease levels of service? All roadway segments would operate within acceptable levels of service. F, subject to change with conditions existing or an amendment. We do not believe that the subject to properties are situated in an area that has had any conditions that have significantly changed. It is currently zoned CG. It is undeveloped. The area is ripe for redevelopment as it is currently zoned. Item G, would it decrease levels of service established? No. If under the change of OCR, the applicant may be required to pay customary connection fees. And we have to evaluate everything under section 910 for most intense use. We believe that under the most intense use, this area would meet those criteria. Under H, significant adverse impacts on the natural environment. The subject property is currently vacant. When development is proposed, a more detailed environment analysis based on the site-specific development of proposal would be conducted. Would this result in an orderly logical development pattern, specifically identifying any negative effects on such pattern? The proposed amendment will not provide for a logical and orderly development pattern. The OCR zoning district is a transitional zoning district, and in this location, it does not meet this criteria. J, in conflict with the public interest, is harmony with the purpose and interest of land development regulations. We do not find that this request meets this criteria. It's not in harmony with the purpose and intent of the land development regulations, as the OCR district is designed to complement and enhance existing development, usually commercial. Any other matters that may be deemed appropriate in review and consideration of proposed amendments, such as police protection, fire, emergency medical services, all concurrency mandated facilities have adequate capacity to accommodate the most intense use under the proposed zoning district. So in conclusion, the requested OCR zoning district is not compatible with the surrounding area development patterns, not consistent with the goals, objectives, and locational criteria outlined in the policy of 1.43 of the adopted comprehensive plan, and as part of your review criteria and 902.13 subsection 3, you are supposed to have everything, all of your elements of your comprehensive plan, your policies comply. The property is not situated in areas suitable for transitional zoning, and therefore staff cannot support the request because it fails to meet all of the adopted policies of the comp plan. On November 14th of 2024, the Planning and Zoning Commission approved the request to rezone the property from CG to OCR with a vote of 5-1. Staff cannot recommend that the Board of County Commissioners approve this request to rezone the subject properties from CG to OCR, and staff's recommendation is for the Board of County Commissioners to deny this request. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommend that the Board of County Commissioners approve this request to rezone the subject properties from CG to OCR, and both Chris and I are here to answer any of your questions.
Are there any questions of staff?
Ready for staff? Questions of staff?
Yes.
Yes. What was planning and zoning's overview on this? What was their discussion? Can you recall anything?
Sure. Their actual discussions were that they felt the residential portion that would be allowed by the additional change in zoning would be suitable for the area.
However, your discussion, your presentation is far wider and deeper into the future of the community.
That is correct. If you look at the whole corridor from both county lines, from Brevard County to all the way down south to St. Lucie, residential, the way we've done our comp plan and the way we've actually situated our zoning code is that all of the residential should be on the east side of US 1, and on the west side is typically commercial because of the intense uses that can be allowed on the west side, as well as the incompatibility with residential being directly against a FEC railroad because of the issues with noise and pollutants that it can have, whether it be noise and lights, because we do know that the Bright Line now comes through. Staff and the comp plan have always felt that it's not a suitable place for residential development, and that is why the comp plan is laid as such.
Well, not related to this application, but I'm familiar with that area as far as there were some businesses that were residential but working in the facility, like the chocolate shop and a few others. And we do have some medical facilities there as well, at least 2 practices right in that immediate area and the school. And one was formerly a gas station, I think at Cumberland Farms. And looking at the opposite side of the street, you do have rather reasonably heavy commercial as far as gas stations and businesses and eateries and other businesses on the opposite end of the street. That area is almost wide open for development. Other than what I've just mentioned, there's a lot of pockets. Does that bring your concern? Or the reason why you object far greater than what P&Z has projected and voted?
Sure. As you look at the property, it is prime for redevelopment, and redevelopment as what it's currently zoned. There is a reason why it's laid out for commercial. And if you look on the east side, which was brought to everyone's attention by Ms. Thurman's presentation, is that all of that residential is now developing. If you look at that section of the county, it had been widely undeveloped on both the residential side and the commercial side. So historically, when you take into factors of actual rooftops developing, that is when your commercial actually develops, because you need that symbiotic relationship of residential developing to be able to support your commercial development as well. So as staff, I would agree that it is a suitable location for its commercial node, and the further residential and residential developments on the east side of the road will further that commercial development in the future.
Thank you. Any further questions by board members? Does the applicant have any questions for staff? Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the County Commission. My name is Pete Sweeney. I'm an attorney representing the applicant with the firm of Block and Scarpa. I have a couple of quick questions for staff before I would be allowed to make a brief presentation. Thank you. The first question, and I'm not sure if I should address this to Ms. Thurman or Mr. Balter, so whoever is appropriate to answer. But I want to be absolutely clear if staff could make sure this is a commercial zoning request. OCR is commercial. Multiple times it has been stated residential. This is in fact a commercial rezoning request, correct?
That is correct, Mr. Sweeney, but if you actually go to the attachment that was submitted by the applicant, the requested use is actually townhomes.
Well, that would be getting ahead of the rezoning application, correct?
That is.
Okay. The next is that it wasn't highlighted in staff's presentation, but under future land use element policy 1.43, it is very clear that all of the elements you identified state that the commission may use these elements or may not, correct? The term may use on page 3 of your report under the last paragraph.
That is correct.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear for the commission that there's no misunderstanding. They are not required, based on any of those red check boxes, to say no. That's correct?
That is correct on the policy. However, if you look at the actual land development regulations, it then further says that they have to meet items A through K, which that comprehensive plan is in that. So it would be yes for the comprehensive plan policy, but no for the land development regulation.
Which leads me to the presentation which staff presented at the Planning and Zoning on November 19th. This is a different presentation, correct?
It is a more enhanced presentation.
Well, it actually has several amendments to it, correct?
It has no amendments to the actual staff report, but it does have an amendment to the actual presentation. Which, if I'm correct, Ms. Schuler, we're allowed to make any presentation enhancements other than making any staff report changes from what was submitted.
Well, that leads me to my last question, which is, was not the Planning and Zoning meeting postured as a quasi-judicial hearing?
It was.
So all of the competent substantial evidence that my client and I presented, which are part of that record, and I'd respectfully ask be moved into this record as the minutes and record of that Planning and Zoning 5-1 recommendation, have already been presented and over staff's objection found to support the application from a competent substantial evidence perspective.
Is that a question, Mr. Sweeney? Who are you
Well, I guess
asking
what
that
I'm
to?
asking is, that was what the motion was made from the minutes, and you were there. If you haven't added any new competent substantial evidence to this report, then what would be the basis for staff to change the recommendation from Planning and Zoning?
We did not change the recommendation from Planning and Zoning. As you can see, what was presented was the exact recommendation that the Planning and Zoning Commission made. And they recommended approval, which was stated, and as staff recommended denial. So the exact recommendations were the same. No change.
I don't have any other questions for staff, but I'd like to present very briefly, if I may. Mr. Chair? Do you want me to wait for a
Is it
second?
on the questions?
No, I have no more questions for
Well, we're
staff.
going to now move to your presentation.
Thank you, sir. As mentioned, Pete Sweeney, on behalf of the applicant, I was here on November 14th, at the Planning and Zoning Commission, in which we had approximately a 2-hour hearing on this very item. Staff made a presentation. Hopefully, the commissioners are aware of not only the minutes, but the outcome of that, as we just heard. There was only 6 members there that night. There are 7 members of Planning and Zoning, but with a 6-member council, after a very long deliberative approach, a motion that failed to get a second for a recommendation for denial then led to a motion to approve, which was approved 5-1, with the basis of competent substantial evidence supporting the recommended rezoning. And I'd like to just point out, if I could, a couple of reasons why. The first reason why, as I said before, and I don't intend to relitigate all of this, I will move very quickly because, again, the minutes support this from the Planning and Zoning meeting. But number one, this is in compliance with virtually everything in the comprehensive plan, as you just heard staff say. In fact, this is a commercial rezoning request from commercial to commercial, and that's why there's no future land use need to change anything. The second is, there is precedent, if I could respectfully ask staff to put back up the map that was up as part of their presentation, less than 200 feet from the corner of my client's parcels is an OCR designation. I mean, literally across the street, approved by this board less than 3 years ago, I believe. You can see where the green is. That is exactly across the street. In fact, you see CL there, it's zoomed in so close, but where you see the O on the orchid, virtually that's the edge of my client's property as you head just a little north there. So to suggest that there's no precedent already in the immediate vicinity, we have the surrounding support. You've heard no objection from any surrounding property owner. In fact, the school board has written a letter of support, which was previously submitted to the record in the planning and zoning, signed by Dr. David Moore. I would move that in again if there's any question about whether or not the minutes would support that. So if I may just hand this to our, can I give this to you? Give it to the clerk? No problem. I'll take it over and make sure. But if I may approach the commissioners and make sure everybody can see this. Again, this is part of the minutes that were already submitted and approved at the planning and zoning meeting. And what I would say in closing is that the entire purpose of having the procedure that we have here is that staff does a technical analysis, and I agree with that. I think that's an absolute function, a necessary, essential function of staff to be that gatekeeper of those initial technical questions. But once staff does that and makes a presentation, this board, in utilizing a planning and zoning commission that each of you have chosen a representative as well as two at large, are your voice. They're your first line. In fact, that's the first hearing of a rezoning. And it's done in a quasi-judicial setting. It's done with evidence and presentation and witnesses. And staff's position, it's always been my take on how any staff, including a county or city attorney, does not make policy. They should not advocate for policy. That is the purview of this board. This board makes policy. This board makes final decisions. Staff makes a presentation based on facts and its experience, as does an applicant. And after that presentation at Planning and Zoning, we were able to have the successful vote, 5-1, of the Planning and Zoning Commission, based on the competent substantial evidence submitted in the record. I have an issue separately, whether this is an allowable relitigation. A quasi-judicial hearing is essentially a mini trial. You have witnesses and evidence. There could be a court reporter, all of these things. So having it done again and having a different presentation, which I haven't seen until the beginning of this hearing, is problematic to some degree. But despite that, I think this board has everything that it would need. One, you have the latitude, as it says in the comprehensive plan. Two, you have the evidence already in the record. And three, you have no objection from anybody surrounding this rezoning from a commercial general to another commercial zoning district within the same future land use category. So with that, I don't have anything else to add. I do have our engineer of record, Mr. Wesley Mills, as well as Mr. Chris Marine, who's representing the current property owner, Mr. Proctor. Unfortunately, Mr. Proctor could not be here today, as well as the realtor, T.P. Kennedy, who also spoke in the planning and zoning. Unfortunately, both of them had family emergencies, could not be here. I apologize, just Mr. Kennedy, not Mr. Proctor, but they couldn't be here. But with that, we do have others that could speak to this, talk about the history if necessary, talk about the change conditions. But the fact is, I think the record already supports everything that we would need, and we respectfully request for an approval of the rezoning. Thank you, and I stand ready for any questions.
Thank you.
I have questions.
Commissioner Adams.
Mr. Sweeney, you do, though, acknowledge that the Planning and Zoning Board is advisory to the commission, and just like with the last issue where there was a condition that we perhaps did not support, we can find counter to that.
I do acknowledge that, and Commissioner, I think there's maybe a procedural problem, having,
Beyond that.
Yes.
Question, you said this is a commercial rezoning as we're going, the request is to go from commercial general to OCR?
Yes, ma'am.
However, the letter from the school district, again, speaks to housing, and the application, the rezoning application, also speaks to housing. So my question is, I appreciate the letter, however, there's nothing in this letter is not binding on the project. And if you wanted these conditions to be binding on the project, you could certainly do this under Live Local, which would provide us as a commission and a county the assurances that some of these things were going to be met in perpetuity, and it wouldn't require a rezoning, because by virtue of, as you know, that law, it would basically be administrative, and we wouldn't have to go through this process either. So I'm curious, there just seems to be some discrepancies, so can you speak to that?
Absolutely. The purpose and intent of the letter from the school board was not for the substance of what the school board would support, because again, I think it would be inappropriate in a zoning hearing to talk about a potential end use. The purpose of the letter was to acknowledge that the single largest property owner next door, an active special needs school, has no objection to any version of something that's not already there. And what do I mean by that? In commercial general, the number of things that could already be there would also be allowed generally under OCR. It's just this additional residential potential element. And again, I applaud you for stating that that's not appropriate at this point because we're not in a site plan, we're not in something like that. But it was simply to make this commission aware that nobody has objected, and the largest property owner, the one who would most likely have a problem with anything changing, in fact supports the only thing that would be different, a residential component to a commercial zone. That was the purpose.
Okay. Well, Mr. Sweeney, you know I have the utmost respect for you, and I always appreciate our conversations, whether on the dais or off. But the letter, to me, seems to imply that the school district is under the impression that if this project moves forward, there will be certain assurances that have been made to them that is not necessarily set in stone. And while we can't really look at the end result, this seems to kind of be setting that up to an extent. So I just...
No, and I understand. It's a delicate balance. I just am simply want to make
I would be
aware.
more comfortable if that is the intention, and I'm not saying that it is, that it would come in under Live Local where we had some specific teeth that could assure those things. But this is not an affordable housing conversation. This is
That's
a
correct.
rezoning from CG to OCR. So my last question, I don't know if this is for you or for Chris. What are the different uses with, what can you do in OCR that you cannot do in CG?
So generally, the commercial actual aspect of OCR and general commercial are the same. The difference in the actual districts is that it would allow a standalone residential component. The general commercial does allow for a residential component, however, it has to be a vertical use, meaning that it has to have a commercial on the first floor and residential on the second. And it is not standalone. It has to be
So the only difference is
integrated.
a residential use would have to be integrated into a commercial application versus an OCR, you could have an office, a commercial, or they could all be standalone. In CG, they have to be tied to some commercial use,
That is correct.
basically. Okay. Thank you.
So does it allow for mixed-use concepts as well?
It can, yes.
OCR?
At one point, yes, OCR can also move in on mixed use. The other thought is that when you mentioned Live Florida, that to some, 30 years is perpetuity, especially us older folks. But it's 30 years, is that correct?
That is correct. That
That's the
is what's in that.
commitment. After the 30 years, it can trigger into anything, but by that time, you're tearing down buildings. And the price goes up. All right. Just wanted to clarify it because you stated it was an option.
Mr. Chair, I just want to make a couple observations, staff. One, I'm not sure I agree that staff's role is just technical in nature and serves as the gatekeeper. Staff typically advises this board, on policy and the applications of the land development regulations, the application of the comprehensive plan. So I kind of have a little bit different of a view than as described. I don't think it's inconsistent when staff makes a recommendation to the Planning and Zoning Commission, which is an advisory or recommending body, and then carries that subsequent, recommendation forward to you while also advising what the Planning and Zoning Board, recommended. Then last, I don't think there is a procedural issue in terms of discussing when the application in of itself talks about what the proposed use is. And when you look at a zoning district or rezoning, you know, you have to look at the district. It talks about the development of the property and also talks about the uses. So I think it's entirely appropriate for when staff points out the fact that the proposed use on the site, as indicated by the applicant on their application for rezoning, is townhouse development.
And thank you for that discussion, County Administrator. And that's why in the very onset, I mentioned that the scope was wider and deeper. And that's, you know, we have to respect staff, we have to respect the P&Z, we have to respect the applicant, and we have to respect the greater good of the people of Indian River County. But in doing so, there is a balance of where is the information coming from? Obviously, no one here on the dais is an engineer. No one on the dais, I believe, is a planner. But we are entrusted with the greater good of the future of this county. And in doing so, we have to be reliant upon all entities that are bringing the information, and that does include the P&Z, and respectfully, they are an advisory board, appointed, and it's legal and lawful, and staff has to do their due diligence, so I appreciate all input. Then we have to do the heavy lift. Okay?
Absolutely.
Just wanted to clarify, because I pointed out in the beginning as well. All right.
Mr.
Any
Chair.
other questions?
Thank you.
If I could just make a clarification statement. So the property that Mr. Sweeney was previously talking about from CL to OCR, he stated that it had been rezoned a couple years ago. The actual parcel had been rezoned in September 2004. I just wanted to make that clarification.
2004?
4.
So 20 years ago, it was rezoned?
Correct. And it's now finally getting developed.
Okay, thank you for that. So if there's no other questions of the applicant, we'll move on to any final presentations and argument, if any. Excuse me?
I think the applicant was still.
Oh. Council Marine, I
Thank you.
did not know
Thank
you had the other half of the presentation.
No, I appreciate it. I'm Christopher Marine. I'm a lawyer with Gould Cooksey Fennell, and I'm here this morning not on behalf of the applicant, but on behalf of the owners of the property. And we felt that it was really important to speak, both here and at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting as well, because we've embraced this project. The owners are an individual, Mr. Proctor, and a family trust, Bradshaw Trust. One of the representatives is here with us this morning. And of course, we support the application and we endorse the rezoning. We're grateful to be here. I'm grateful to be here before you because this project has had a very troubled trajectory. It even died at one point. The property went under contract and was under contract for, they can correct me if I'm wrong, probably around 7 months. And just could not get it before P&Z, could not get it before, and they ended up withdrawing from the contract. So we have embraced it by literally partnering with the applicant and participating in all of these considerations. The meetings that were referred to before the hearing that I attended personally with 3 of the commissioners, individually of course, were after the contract and the project died. There was no pending contract. There was no pending application. It just died because they just couldn't seem to get it. So we're grateful that it's become this far and that we are where we are today. Most of this property has been held over 40 years. It's been listed probably 7 years, and it remains vacant. We think there's a really good reason for that. It's just not suitable for the type of development that a general commercial zoning would permit. It's very clear to us that it's not the proper zoning. We don't think it's much of a stretch to approve this request and go to OCR zoning. I just wanted to say, I've practiced law in this community now over 40 years. My hair is a lot grayer than Joe's is, but you know, I've been around a while. I've served on one of your boards. I've served on a county board for over 10 years, chaired it probably most of those years. I've served on a city board, City of Vero Beach, and I chaired that board probably 5 years. So I've been on both sides of this podium here, been on my side and of course on your side as well. It's very unusual. My point is, it's very unusual for someone to go against a staff recommendation. Staff does their analysis. They're skilled and educated to do what they do. We just don't think they hit the mark in this instance. But when a staff recommendation is not adhered to, when a party or a board or a commission goes against a staff recommendation, I think we should pay attention because it's a pretty good indicator. I think it's an excellent indicator that that zoning needs a second look. And that's what we think is going on here today. Nothing against staff. They did their analysis. One of the P&Z members made a motion to deny after we closed the public hearing and died for lack of a second. Shortly after that, all of the other planning and zoning commissioners voted in favor. The party who made the motion to deny, and I forgot her name, I apologize, but she voted against it. So again, that's not common. It doesn't happen a lot. But when it does, it should be an excellent indicator to those of you that are making the decision today that it's time for a change. It's time to look at something from a different lens. I don't have any other commentary. I wanted to keep it brief because, again, we've spent a lot of time and effort and resources to get before you today. But we hope that you will accept the recommendation of P&Z and approve the rezoning request. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, I appreciate your presentation, and you did point out that you did make inquiry. I want you to know that I highly respect you, but I also respect that I have never met on a quasi-judicial matter on any accord. So it was not a personal, it was, I want to be consistent, fair, and firm, that I do not meet under, although we are allowed to, so long as we publicly disclose, as we asked earlier today, but I choose not to, okay? So it's not a personal.
Understood.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get that disclosure out there. All right, well, seeing no other questions of the applicant, let's move on for any input from the public. Was it?
Mr. Chair, can I ask Chris just a couple questions?
Oh, sure.
Just Chris. When we talked about the perimeter and we talk about anything being contiguous, could you pull that up real quick? In other words, this particular parcel appears to be on an island, if you will, with surrounding usage. Is that correct?
So this particular parcel is actually surrounded by, if you pull up the, can you pull up the zoning map? It's all zoned general commercial, that's there. The lesser commercial that's to the south is limited commercial, which is because there's existing residential that's in the area. The limited commercial actually supports residential where the higher, more intense uses are in general commercial.
So if it was contiguous with similarly situated properties, this would be a different discussion.
If it was at a perimeter and was a true transition, yes, then staff would be able to support the application.
Right,
Because
but
then it would-
unfortunately for the applicant, to the north and to the south are not.
Correct.
Any other questions? At this time, since no one's come forward from the public, we'll move on to final presentations and argument, if any, by county staff. You have anything further to add, sir?
No, sir.
By the applicant? Thank you. I'd like to ask that all documents and tangible evidence, if any, be admitted into evidence and are in the hands of the clerk, so long as there are no objections. All documentation has been forwarded. At this time, we'll close the public hearing. Commissioners. Everyone has their own microphone.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman? I know y'all get probably tired of hearing this, but my mother was born in Wabasso. My grandmother lived in the trailer park just south of this property, just south of the school for many years. I have not seen any significant change in this property in my lifetime. I think, I don't remember who said it, but it's just not conducive for really, in my opinion, general commercial. I don't know, the land is fairly small in areas. It's just never flourished as a commercial corridor other than probably the campground across the street and some others. With what Mr. Marine said, I would agree with that. I think it's something we need to look at with our zoning with this. Again, I've just never seen any change in this property, and from what I heard, that was part of the discussion in planning and zoning, that this property has remained undeveloped, and that seemed to be a consistent theme through the backup material as I read through it. Not that that makes it right to change or makes it right to leave it as is, but I think personally that this could be favorable for the area. If I had my wish in this area, I would like to see it be more of an affordable housing solution. And I think that was briefly talked about in the past, that a small portion of it could be. But I just, after what I know and what I've seen over the many years of being up in that area, I don't really see a problem with this request. I think it could possibly enhance the project, the whole area in the future. And it may be something that we need to look at from our comprehensive plan and our zoning to be changed. But I see no reason not to support planning and zoning action with this. So, I mean, y'all want to speak about it, but I'll be happy to make the motion to move forward with the recommendation of planning and zoning.
I would not be able to support that. I think the staff has made a very comprehensive case in terms of why it should be denied. This is a rezoning from CG to OCR. And it doesn't meet the comprehensive plan. It doesn't meet the requirement for orderly and logical development, and is a conflict with the public interest. And those were just points that I took. I was taking notes as Mr. Bolter was speaking. And I think Commissioner Adams has offered a good solution to this, that this can happen if it's housing that we're concerned about through the Live Local Act. So I could not support that. I would deny it.
Mr. Adams? Is that what you had to say? Mr. Law?
Thank you, Chair. We've had recent discussions over the urban service boundary and other things, and as we're all aware, two of the four bullets revolved around affordable housing. I believe the conversations that 3 of the 5 of us had, I don't know, but mine was surrounded around affordable housing. Furthermore, the letter from Dr. Moore indicates a theme of some type of affordable housing. We've all had classes and talked about the Live Local Act. I haven't heard any of that discussion. And although Commissioner Urban, P&Z has made their voice heard, I have always, from this dais, supported our staff after due diligence. I can tell you that we've argued with staff before behind closed doors, and most recently, there was discussion with key staff members over this particular item, and giving the facts that the staff has reported to me. I don't know about the others, but unfortunately, this is one of the few times that I will be going against P&Z, just for the reasons already mentioned, not only by Commissioner Adams, but others. However, I do think that there is a way in the future, as we mentioned earlier, across the US 1, I believe that was changed, Chairman, 20 years ago in 2004. And I know we don't all like to wait around for those types of things. However, I do think there will be a solution to this in the future, and the part about the contiguous and/or the perimeter is big to me. Furthermore, when you think about if there was affordable housing, townhouses, apartments, or what, is that the best location with a railroad track to your west and US 1 to your east? I think that would have to be considered as well. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting going forward with this.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I'm fairly consistent with those thoughts as well. And no, he hasn't seen my notes. But I will say that Councilor Marine has brought some thought, and hearing also Commissioner Ehrman on there's something that has to be done there. Because right now it is an area of, it's ripe for development, but is this the right development for the ripeness? And that's where I'm standing as far as I would like to see affordability, but perhaps maybe mixed use so that we still could have that commercial involvement as opposed to a rather higher priced townhomes that will then change the composition of the remaining area of US 1. And now, it has been done on State Road 60, which is a little wider. It's our roadway. It's well divided, and there are setbacks. And quite frankly, when you look at the development, the housing development that has been created in State Road 60, it doesn't jump at you. You have to go into it. But yet, there's no heavy commercial there. There is commercial, and it is retail and restaurants and other businesses that are far more compatible. I just don't know if this is the right fit for our needs. But I respect the presentation, the argument, the presenters, and I still want to point out that, yes, Councilor Marine had it when he said, we need to do something there. I don't believe this is it. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so everyone has their own microphone.
Move staff recommendation.
Was there a second in my motion, sir?
No, you didn't make a motion.
Yeah, you made it.
You made a motion.
Made a motion to accept planning and zoning's recommendation.
There was no second.
There was no second. Motion dies for lack of a second. Okay. So we have a motion by Vice Chairman Law, seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Motion passes 4-1 with Commissioner Airman dissenting. Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Thank you. We'll take a 5-minute recess. I don't know if he passed the bar, though.
No, you know,
He went under the bar.
very, very much.
That's what they
That's
call,
the best way to learn.
why they call it limbo. Oh. All right. Meeting will now be called back to order, and we're on to 11A6, which is consideration for an ordinance for Indian River County, Florida, amending the zoning ordinance and accompanying zoning map for approximately plus or minus 5.55 acres from CG General Commercial District to CH Heavy Commercial District, 20040500052-97160. This is quasi-judicial in nature. This next item on the agenda is for that consideration for a request to amend the zoning ordinance and on the commercial district. This is quasi-judicial proceeding. The applicant of the properties for the properties is HF Properties LLC. And at this time, I need to ask the commissioners to disclose any ex parte communication, site visits, or independent investigations. We'll begin with the left again.
Yes, none, sir.
No, none.
None that I'm aware of.
None.
With that, I need to confirm with the commissioners that you can have an open mind and are able to base your decision on the evidence presented and applicable law.
Can and will. Can and will.
Can and will.
Can and will.
Can and will.
At this time, we will open up the public hearing. I will ask if anyone wishes to speak during this process. They need to be sworn in. Please rise to be sworn. Madam Clerk.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. We'll begin with a presentation by county staff. Good morning once again.
Good morning. As you stated, we have a request here from CG to CH. The property contains a little bit more than 5.5 acres. The actual property of the holdings of the applicant contained a little bit more, but we actually had them focus in on the south half of this location. Property is located between US Highway 1 and Old Dixie Highway, immediately north of 71st Street. The purpose of this request is to rezone the property to CH for the heavy commercial site, to develop the site with these uses. This area of the county is characterized by a sparse mixture of commercial and industrial, with residential development clustered at the north at 73rd Street. The area south of subject property is either vacant or more intense commercial and light industrial in character. You can see it here. Again, we're sitting between the FEC railroad tracks and the Highway US 1 corridor. Again, what I was explaining is that this parcel is larger than the holdings is larger, but we had the applicant focus in on the south end. And here's the future land use. Again, this is in the middle of a very large commercial industrial node. You can see it here in red. CG, the general commercial district, is the existing zoning intended to provide for areas for general retail sales and selected service activities. CG zoning district is now intended to provide for heavy commercial activities, such as outside commercial service uses or heavy repair services. No outside storage and self-storage, and CG is limited to no more than 3 acres. Here's a look at the development performance standards in CG and CH. They're virtually the same. However, CG does allow you to do residential density development. Look at the CH requested proposed zoning. This is your heavy commercial zoning district, and then to provide for establishments engaging in wholesale trade, major repair services, restricted light manufacturing activities, provide for support services necessary for development of commercial and industrial uses allowed within other non-residential zoning conflicts. Again, this is inside the established commercial industrial future land use node, located along the major transportation routes, separated from residential areas, and no future land use amendment change is proposed as part of this request. We have to analyze everything per chapter 902.12, subsection 3. In conflict with any applicable portion of land development regulations, staff has found no conflicts with the applicable land development regulations for the requested CH zoning designation. Is it consistent with all the elements of the comprehensive plan? It does meet the criteria and the locational criteria of policy 1.43. Nearby properties include uses permitted in CH and IL industrial zoning districts. Criteria C, is it consistent with existing proposed land uses? Again, no future land use amendment is changed as part of this request, as it is already located in commercial industrial future land use designation. Is in compliance with the adopted county thoroughfare plan. Property is located at the northwest corner of US Highway 1 and 71st Street. With traffic generated at decreased levels of service as adopted, all roadway segments within the area of influence would operate at acceptable levels of service under CH zoning. F, with the subject to change conditions exist that warrant an amendment. We believe the economic conditions have transitioned this area to be more conducive for uses allowed within the CH district due to the presence of the existing CH zoning to the south, and that is again why we've limited this request to the south portion. G, with decreased levels of service established for sanitary sewer, potable water, solid waste, drainage, and recreation, the applicant may be required to pay the customary connection fees as a more detailed use is discovered during the development review process. Again, we have to look at everything for the most intense use, and section 910.07 gives you the most intense use if it was under the general industrial square footage. Criteria H, result in a significant adverse impacts on the natural environment. The subject property is currently undeveloped, so a more detailed environmental analysis would be required when the site-specific development proposal is determined. Request would result in an orderly and logical development pattern, specifically identifying any negative effects of such pattern. No negative effects on such pattern have been found. The proposed amendment aligns with the comprehensive plan and surrounding land uses. Is it in conflict with the public interest? And is it in harmony with the purpose and interest of land development regulations? Staff has found no adverse impacts to the welfare and finds that the request aligns with the purpose and intent of the land development regulations. And are there any other manners that may be deemed appropriate in review and consideration of proposed amendments such as police protection, fire, emergency medical service? And we believe that all concurrency mandated facilities have adequate capacity to accommodate the most intense use under the proposed CH zoning district. So in conclusion, the requested CH zoning district is compatible with surrounding area, consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the adopted comprehensive plan. It's consistent with the county's land development regulations. This area is deemed suitable for CH zoning. We can support this, and the Planning and Zoning Commission voted unanimously at their November 13th, 2024 public hearing to recommend approval of the CH zoning. So staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended that the Board of County Commissioners approve this request to rezone the subject property from CG to CH. And we're available for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the dais of staff? Does the applicant have questions of staff before we get to the applicant's portion? Seeing none, we'll now have a presentation by the applicant if the applicant so desires.
Good morning, Wesley Mills with Mills Short and Associates. I'm representing the applicants for this rezoning. I have nothing more to add of staff's report. I thought it was thorough. We agree with the recommendations. I'm just more here to answer any questions that you may have for me.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions of the applicant? staff as well. Seeing none, is there any input from the public regarding this application? Any further questions by commissioners or staff? Do we have a final presentation by staff?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to bring up the actual zoning map and just discuss something for a second. So as Ms. Thurman stated, the applicant owns both parcels, the actual whole contiguous parcel. The parcel that they're looking to rezone is the CG portion right there. When we take into consideration for rezonings, compatibility is one of the biggest things that we take into consideration. And that is the reason why you're only seeing the southern portion, to allow for that transition that shows up into the CL limited commercial area. And I just wanted to notate there is that, and that is why there is a CH and it will transition down to CG, if approved.
Thank you. I know you opted not to have any presentation, and we have no questions of the applicant, but this is your opportunity for any further presentation or argument, if any. Seeing none, I want to ask that all of the documents and tangible evidence, if any, be admitted into evidence and are in the hands of the clerk, so long as there are no objections. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing at this time. Commissioners, your pleasure.
Chair, being consistent with recognizing the hard work staff does, Chris and Cindy and the like, move approval.
Second. Do we have any additional discussion?
I'd just like to thank the staff for including the traffic information in the backup. Appreciate that. And what it showed, just for the community, is there's no change in terms of traffic with changing the zoning. It's 2,225 daily trips a day, and it makes no difference which way it's zoned. But thank you for including that. Appreciate it. Very thorough.
Thank you. Well, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Great job by all. We now move on to the final quasi-judicial hearing, which is item 11A7, which is consideration for the ordinance and a request to amend the zoning ordinance and zoning map for approximately 2.90 acres from CL, Limited Commercial District, to CG, General Commercial District. It is quasi-judicial in nature. The applicant is Kennedy Oslo, 27 LLC. At this time, I have to ask all commissioners to disclose any ex parte communications, site visits, or independent investigations. We begin with the left again.
None of which I'm aware.
No, not that I'm aware of.
None that I'm aware of.
None that I'm aware of. None that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Now, I need to ask that all commissioners can confirm that you can have an open mind and are able to base your decision on the evidence presented and applicable law.
Can and will. Can and will.
Can and will?
Can and will.
Can and will.
Thank you. If you intend on speaking during this process, you need to stand up and be sworn in. Madam Clerk.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. We'll now have a presentation by county staff.
one more time. This is a request from CL to CG. This property contains 2.90 acres located at the southwest corner of 9th Street, Oslo Road, and 27th Avenue Southwest. This area of the county features a blend of commercial, warehousing, residential, and undeveloped commercial land, all lying within the urban service area. This property is currently zoned CL, limited commercial. Purpose of this request is to obtain the CG General Commercial Zoning District to develop the site with uses allowed in the CG, such as drive-throughs, construction trade uses, storage and/or warehouse under certain criteria, boat, RV, and automobile repair services. That's just to give you an example. The surrounding land use pattern consists of a mixture of commercial, residential, multifamily land uses, particularly along the Oslo Road and 27th Avenue Southwest corridors. Here's a zoning map. It's just that red little dot in there that we want to change to CG. There will still be a CL buffer surrounding the property if approved. Here's the future land use map. Everything in red is part of that commercial industrial future land use node. CL, the existing zoning, is limited commercial, intended to provide for areas of limited development for restricted commercial activities, intended to accommodate the convenience, retail, and service needs for area residents while minimizing the impact of such activities on any nearby residential areas. No drive-throughs are permitted, and no outside activities or storage are permitted. CL and CG have very similar performance standards, you can see there. CG, General Commercial District, is proposed zoning request intended to provide for development of general retail sales and selected activities. CG zoning district is not intended to provide for heavy commercial activities, such as outside commercial or heavy repair. No outside storage is allowed. Self-storage in CG is limited to no more than 3 acres. And I'll just also mention that CG does allow drive-throughs. Again, it's within the CI future land use designation, as I showed you on the map, that area in red. It's intended for provide for areas for the development of commercial industrial uses, located in areas with suitable levels of service and infrastructure for urban scale development, part of an established commercial industrial future land use node, and no future land use amendment change is part of this request. Again, we have to look at everything for our criteria, A through K. Is it in conflict with any applicable portion of the land development regulations? No conflicts have been identified for the CG zoning request. Is it consistent with all the elements of the comp plan? It does meet all of the elements of the comp plan. The property will remain separated by the CL zoning designation, so it does not abut the residentially zoned or used property. Item C, is it consistent with existing proposed land uses? Again, no future land use amendment change is part of this request because the CG request is consistent with the commercial industrial future land use. Item D, is in compliance with the adopted county thoroughfare plan. The property is located at a signalized intersection at the southwest intersection of Oslo Road and 27th Avenue Southwest. Would it generate traffic which would decrease levels of service as adopted? All roadway segments are projected to operate at an acceptable level of service. Item F, subject to change conditions exist that warrant an amendment. Economic conditions have transitioned this area to be more conducive for uses allowed within the CG district due to the presence of existing CG zoning to the south and to the north, I would say. Item G, would decrease levels of service established for sanitary sewer, potable water, solid waste, drainage, and recreation. The applicant may be required to pay customary connection fees during the development review process. And again, we have to look at the most intense, and in this section, it would be general commercial, retail, commercial development. Item H, would result in a significant adverse impacts on the natural environment. The subject property is, although at this intersection, does remain undeveloped, so a more detailed environmental analysis would be required. Item I, result in the orderly logical development pattern. The proposed amendment aligns with the comprehensive plan and the surrounding land uses. Item J, would it be in conflict with public interest and is it in harmony with the purpose and interest of land development regulations? Staff has found no adverse impacts to the public welfare and finds that the request aligns with the purpose and intent of the land development regulations. Item K, any other matters that would be deemed appropriate in review. All concurrency mandate facilities have adequate capacity to accommodate the most intense use in the proposed CG district. So in conclusion, the requested CG zone district is compatible with the surrounding area, consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the county's adoptive concert plan. It's consistent with the county's land development regulations. Don't know why that's there. Is deemed suitable for CG zoning, can be supported by staff. The Planning and Zoning Commission voted unanimously at their November 14th, 2024 public hearing to recommend approval of CG zoning. And staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend the Board of County Commissioners approve this request to rezone the subject property from CL to CG.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions of staff? Does the applicant have any questions of staff? We'll now move on.
No questions of staff. No, sir.
Just here for any comments or if we have questions.
Yeah, Jeff Marquette with Schulke, Biddle and Stoddard. I'm here with Mr. Perone of Mr. Kennedy's office. And as you heard earlier, Mr. Kennedy is sorry he couldn't make it. He had some family stuff going on. But yes, between the two of us, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them.
Any questions of the applicant? County staff, any questions of the applicant?
No, sir.
At this time, thank you. At this time, we'll ask if there's any input from the public. Didn't sell too well. At this time, we have any final presentation by county staff?
No, sir.
Does the applicant have any further comments?
No, sir.
With that, I'm going to ask that all documents and tangible evidence, if any, will be admitted into evidence and are in the hands of the clerk, so long as there are no objections. This time, close the public hearing. Commissioners.
Mr. Chair, on behalf of District 4, move approval.
Second. We have a motion by Vice Chairman Law, seconded by myself. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you.
All right. Well, now we're going to move, we're going to change hats again, and we're going to step away from the quasi-judicial hearings, and we now are going to go with county administrative matters.
didn't have enough, though. Are you sure there's no more?
Just one more.
Just one more for the
Is it
holiday.
too late, Counselor, to throw another one in there? Just for the holidays. Anyway, no, let's move on to county administrator matters, which is the American Rescue Plan, the Act of 2021, proposed spending plan revisions.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, if you recall, we, back in November, we made some changes to the spending plan using reduction in revenues for the purposes of, after the SHARP fund, we had to reallocate funds because of, we weren't going to be able to encumber and expend those funds in a timely manner. There is a project, though, Gifford Gardens, that was originally contemplated. It was part of those funds, so we're going back and we've already received a report from Trevor with Habitat for Humanity for Gifford Gardens. and they will be able to do what they need to do in a timely manner. So we are proposing to reduce the reduction in revenues, which was going to be dedicated towards the road resurfacing and restriping category, by $500,000 to fund this obligation. And that's what the agenda item reflects. Staff recommends the board consider the proposed spending plan, the attachment specifically as further detailed above, totaling $31,063,168. Consider any changes and approve the attached plan with any amendments as needed. Staff further proposes that any unencumbered funds in the proposed categories remaining as of December 23rd, 2024 be reallocated to the reduction in revenues/road resurfacing and restriping category to ensure all funds are encumbered by the December 31st, 2024 deadline. Staff returns it to the board.
And this accelerates the project with
This,
great speed?
yes, so we did not encumber all those funds in terms of related to road resurfacing. The Public Works is currently working on the repaving plan with the additional funds, but we had them back out the 500, knowing that this needed to go back into the budget for the Gifford Gardens, project. It's 14 units, and this will be for site work.
We need to move forward. Well, with that, do we have any comments from the public on this? If not, commissioners? We have a motion by Commissioner Airman, second by Vice Chairman Law. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Next item, we'll move on to legislative matters. So we're going to go with the legislative program, and we have a staff report. Good morning, Kathy.
Let's say good
Copeland.
morning. Is it still morning? It's been a long meeting.
2 minutes.
Yeah, you still have it.
Good morning.
Go quick.
The agenda says the 2024 program, but it's actually the 2025 legislative program. And Commissioner Adams, I want to officially congratulate you. I was unable to attend the FAC conference because of a family issue, but I want to emphasize how important it is for the county and having our voice heard in Tallahassee when you have the Association of Counties, when you're on the same page, and having a small county represented on the board is pretty significant. So it's going to be very helpful. So today I just wanted to provide a brief overview of what Tallahassee is going to look like as we approach legislative session. And it seems so early, being December, and session is not until March. But the Indian River delegation has scheduled a meeting for January the 6th. And so prior to that, we need to bring our issues to the board so that you can review, talk about them, and then give us some guidance on your preferences in terms of where we need to emphasize our efforts. I wanted to just briefly give you some key dates. And I'm going to mention NACO because FAC and NACO are directly connected, and we do not have a really active federal program in Indian River County, although I feel like in the future we need to. NACO is highly important because obviously all the issues that come down from DC to our state agencies eventually come to us. And so it's very helpful for us to be engaged, to monitor and track what happens at the federal level so that we can plan our activities here in the county. And it also helps us in terms of budgeting when we know what's coming down the pike, because it gives us kind of a couple of years to know when something might be headed our way. March 4th is the regular session. We'll kick off, and then we will have legislative days, the Small County Coalition, FAC Legislative Day, which we usually participate in. And this year, the Treasure Coast Conference, which is the chambers of the region, will go in April. Normally, they go with us, with the other coalitions, but this year it's going to be a little different. And then session ends May the 2nd. We have new leadership in Tallahassee. Senator Albritton has declared that it's going to be a rural renaissance. So I think that consistent with Commissioner Adams and the Small County Coalition, I think it's going to be a busy year. he has said that he's going to make sure that the rural parts of the state get the proper infrastructure, healthcare, and other issues. So I think it's going to be interesting to watch how that develops. And agriculture will be front and center, of course, and we're hearing things like tax credits for solar on ag land and some other things. Cyber security will be a big issue, but I think access to internet in the rural counties will be as big. We have a new speaker, and he has been very boisterous about making the traditional system, the complicated system, much more transparent and easy to navigate. He's going to be limiting the number of bills that House members can file, and he's changing the way that they actually do business and requiring some cross-committee talk and work in order to get bills onto the floor. So this is going to be interesting. He has said that he wants to focus on healthcare reform and property insurance and healthcare insurance, and of course workforce development. So it'll be interesting to see how this goes, because he is much more cognizant of the actual budget as opposed to member projects. And so a la appropriations by members is going to be much less than it has been in the past. The whole legislature is really trying to push individual appropriation requests into either a grant or into the governor's budget, which is consistent with what we have been trying to do at the county since I got here, and getting our staff and looking at our projects and trying to look at what grants are out there that we can bring funding to the county, and also working with the executive branch during the off session so that our projects are in the president's budget, in the governor's budget. So I think that it'll be interesting to watch how this transpires, to see if what he sets out actually ends up happening, because we all know the session gets a little crazy. Senator Graw, we have a small delegation, as everybody knows. We have two. So sometimes that is hard for us as a county, but we build coalitions and we work with our delegates, and we have amazing delegates. And I put this on here just so that you can see that Senator Graw is very active. She's transitioning herself into some very leadership positions. I want to thank her publicly because she has been pretty amazing in helping us get some issues resolved at the governor's office. And she has been helping us push the County Road 512 issue. And so we appreciate that. But she is going to be the chair and vice chair of several committees, and she serves on the appropriations. So she is on the Environment Appropriations Committee, Transportation. So those are key committees for us, and she will be a voice that will be beneficial to the county. The House has not made committee assignments yet, but Representative Brackett is obviously very supportive of us, and we have had multiple conversations. I've met with him and his staff, Sunny, and we've talked about a lot of our issues. He's very accessible as well, and so we talk quite often. Go ahead. These slides should look fairly familiar to you. There are guiding principles that we've used for years, very important to all counties, actually. We work to protect county home rule. We obviously oppose anything that's preemptive. And so those are the bills that we play defense on mostly. Next one. And of course, unfunded mandates. Those are obviously ones that we oppose. And the one-size-fits-all solutions. This category captures one of our very favorite topics, the short-term rentals. And as you know, the governor vetoed the short-term rental bill last year based on this, that he was opposed to a one-size-fits-all solution to a problem at the state level. And so this year, we're hearing different things about short-term rentals, but it comes up every year, so I would not rule it out. DeCiclio has said that he does not plan on sponsoring a bill, but he probably would sign on to one. So we'll see how that goes. In any case, we are prepared, and I'm looking forward to working with our attorney's office. Jennifer Schuler and I have had conversations, as Susan Prado, we have had multiple conversations about a number of different bills, and I look forward to working with them closely. And obviously, we work closely with the Small County Coalition and the Florida Association of Counties. The Small Coalition, you should already have their package of adopted priorities, and I talked to the Florida Association of Counties yesterday, and they are finalizing and kind of finessing their package, but it should be out soon, and I'll make sure that you get that. Our state priorities are septic to sewer. Everybody knows that the 2030 deadline is not realistic. I don't know that there'll be any bill to actually address that head on, but there will be multiple bills probably filed on septic to sewer, mainly, I would imagine, some to try to help the rural communities meet this deadline. And we are talking with other counties about the flexibility of the grant programs. We have an issue here where grant dollars are only allowed to be spent on the actual sewer side or the wastewater side. And we would like the ability where we have areas that also require water in order to fulfill that, the grant dollars can be spent on both. And so we'll be advocating for that. There is an inmate medical issue that other counties are addressing. I'm going to let John probably speak to that a little bit later because we've been reaching out to the sheriff's office to see what their opinion is on that. Property insurance will be another high priority. The Advantage Ride program is another area where we are collaborating, and Karen Daigle is here to address that in just a few minutes. And then we work very diligently to advocate for full funding of all the state grant programs that we tap into to further the county programs. These slides are just kind of boilerplate. They're the ones that we typically use to guide anything and everything that we do at the state level when we're assessing a bill and its value for the county or whether we should support or oppose it. So you can just kind of flip through these. And then I think what I'm going to do now is let Karen come up and describe the program, because I'm not sure if all of you are familiar with this one.
Still good morning. Good morning, Karen Daigle, CEO of Senior Resource Association. And in 2020, SRA launched the Treasure Coast Developmental Mobility Program, also known as the Advantage Ride, through a partnership with the Florida Developmental Disabilities Council, St. Lucie County Transit Department, and Florida Commission for Transportation Disadvantage. This program exclusively serves individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, providing them with essential transportation to access quality of life activities, more specifically to work and educational programs. Since October of 2020, the program has provided more than 173,000 trips, making it the most successful door-to-door transportation program for IDD individuals on the Florida Treasure Coast. The program involves coordination between 2 CTC organizations, ours and St. Lucie County, 2 CTC eligibility specialists, and 6 transportation vendors trained to work with the IDD population. 3 funding sources, the Commission for Transportation Disadvantage, the Florida Developmental Disabilities Council, and St. Lucie County, contributed approximately $1.3 million annually, totaling about $5.35 million since the program's inception. A significant portion of the funding, $1.225, comes from the Commission for Transportation Disadvantage Innovative Service Development Grant, which is set to expire in June of 2025. So without this funding, without the funding from the Commission for Transportation Disadvantage, this program will be eliminated, leaving the IDD community without the essential services. So we're seeking to secure ongoing funding to ensure the continued success and expansion of the Advantage Ride program.
So with your blessing, we would like to engage our Tallahassee team to help with this. We've had a Zoom call and several other phone calls about this issue, and there's quite a coalition built through Karen's leadership and had some strategy sessions on that. So it is obviously highly important to the county. It's no budgetary impact to you or the county, but it is something that is of value that we would like to make sure that we're engaged in. And then finally, I want to touch on, at the state level, on the inmate medical issue. Then I think you had a conversation with the sheriff yesterday?
Yes. Members of the board, as you know, counties are mandated to provide health care to our inmates and those incarcerated. And generally, that's done, right now, the sheriff's office has a contract with TCCH to do that. And so that provides services in which they do everything they can to provide those costs or those services, medical services on site. But once they're transferred off site, we're subject to, when I say we, the sheriff's office, but also the county, since we're funding the sheriff's office, to arguably non-standardized rates. There are provisions in the statutes as it relates to the Florida Department of Corrections, which provides for a cap of, 110%, reimbursement cap of 110% of the Medicare rate. St. Lucie County last year had a local House bill, I think it was 1023, and that imposed those same rates that are in the statutes to a local bill to them, because they've been spiraling out of control. We have a third of their prison population, but it's still something that we want to be mindful of. And Martin County this year is looking to do the same, similar, and we kind of had some conversations, and we don't want to be left out and find ourselves being subjected to some global bill when we can kind of lock in where we are, before the industry kind of tries to undercut. Because right now, again, it's pretty significant. I mean, I think 1 year for St. Lucie was $20 million, dealing with, and some of the facilities that we deal with are ones that they were dealing with, and the rates were not, regulated. We were at their mercy. So what this bill, a local bill, could potentially do is provide that cap consistent with the Florida Department of Corrections has of 110% of the Medicare, reimbursement rate for Medicare.
So this is an issue at the county level. It's also being discussed, there's a lot of issues being discussed at the federal level surrounding this as well. So we will continue to work with the sheriff's office. I've been coordinating with Amy Cooper to try to get all of our numbers so that we can make sure that we can provide the up-to-date data. The actual local bill was not really, I don't think, on a lot of people's radar at the sheriff's level, but they are interested, and John's right, we need to make sure that we're not left out. So that's the state program. We don't have any direct appropriations. We are just executed the 2 grants that we got for septic to sewer for last year, and it will take a little bit to work through those. But again, we are working with the staff departments to make sure that the projects are pushed through the right grant portals that generally open after session. And then we're going to start working diligently over the off session to make sure that we have people down here and we're educating the grant administrators on what our project priorities are so that they get very familiar with what we are trying to accomplish in Indian River County, and we can be included in all of those budget decisions in Tallahassee. Now I just want to briefly talk about some issues that we are monitoring at the federal level. And Sean is here, and I will say I want to compliment him because he and I collaborate a lot, and we watch and listen to what different associations are doing at the federal level to make sure that we kind of know where people are and what might be heading our way. So there's a number of issues. We have PFAS, which you've probably heard more than once. Something that is being talked about at the federal level is a kind of an making sure that there's some provisions that protect utilities from having to pay for something that we did not do. Word-of-bill obviously is important to us for a number of different reasons. The National Flood Insurance Program. The copper pipe inventory is just that. It's just an inventory of what is out there, and we have complied with that. And then there is a fluoride issue that we don't really know where that's going to go. Sean did put an email together for you that gives you the history, and I anticipate that it will be highly discussed in the coming months. But those are things that we're watching at the federal level, and if anything bubbles up, we'll make sure that we bring that to you. So with that, I just would like, if you have any other issues that you want to raise, or if you have any guidance for us as we get prepared for January the 6th and for March of 2025.
Chair, and Kathy, we have specific items, we just come to you direct.
Anything else? And there's really no reason to, historically, we would designate and file individual commissioners for tasks and items. I think we can leave that, bearing in mind what we're confronted with in Tallahassee, or as a needed basis, and discuss that in the future if we need to be taking trips there.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons that we always leave the guiding principles kind of more open-ended is to allow us to move quickly if something comes up unexpectedly in between meetings. So pretty much everything would fall under one of those guiding principles. But to Commissioner Lohr's point, I know we all have favorite issues and items that we like to be updated on and kind of kept abreast of. So if it's not specifically called out in here, definitely let Kathy know. So as we're moving around, or she stays up to date on it, I float peripherally, but as we are participating in the different levels of legislative advocacy, we can make sure we're bringing any direct information home on any issues that you guys are involved in. For instance, this year I'll be sitting on the Legislative Executive Committee for both organizations, so that'll allow us to keep our ears open, and Kathy meets with our lobbyists and the different organizations, as well as all the other legislative and governmental liaisons on a regular basis. They have their own monthly meeting, and I think during session it turns into a weekly and almost daily meeting.
It is a
so.
weekly luncheon.
Just so you guys know, there's other information coming in all the time besides just kind of what's included in this.
And there's a lot of associations that we monitor as well. But in January, I will say that I will be meeting individually with you all and just making sure that I understand what very specific issues that you're individually interested in. Generally, they're going to fall under our guiding principles and all of those that have been identified by the associations that we're members of. But it is early, and the bills will, when they go into committee weeks, that's when they'll start flooding, the portals with bills, and make sure that I have my eyes and ears on the ones that are important to you. And as always, we will be working with the Office of Counsel or the Attorney's Office and make sure that we keep you briefed on those bills that have impact to the county. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we don't need a vote on this, and
We just need consensus that these are the
presentation.
guardrails that we we operate under.
Everyone
so that we
agrees
have-
that this is
yeah.
the direction in which we need to go with the guiding principles.
It looks wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, next item is going to be the City of Vero Beach discussion there. Just proceed. Anybody want to, quick, 5 minutes? Good?
I'm good for now.
We will proceed. Next item is the City of Vero Beach revised and updated request for county funding for the Humison project.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if you recall, the December 3rd regular meeting of the board, following your unanimous support to participate in the Hummiston project, the board directed me to meet with City Manager Monty Falls to discuss the project and the county support. Monty prepared, the city did a revised and updated request in terms of updating the costs, and it's included in the agenda item, the alternative, the concrete sidewalk that was submitted, with it being updated. It does include the sidewalk, the 2 pavilions, and the ADA ramp. I would recommend that the board participate in a manner that defines a maximum contribution. I have provided a guidance there in terms of like that the board would contribute up to $400,000 or 50% of the Humiston project, less any federal, state, or private grant reimbursement or appropriation, whichever is less. Staff does recommend the use of general funds for the undesignated fund balance, and we would process a budget amendment at the appropriate time based on the participation amount and/or level or percentage determined by the board. So the staff recommendation is that the board consider and determine their level of funding participation for the Humiston Boardwalk Replacement Project, direct the county attorney to draft a project participation agreement outlining the Board of County Commissioners' commitment and participation in the Humiston project. I'll return to the board for questions, and Monty and as well as Councilman Carroll is here.
Thank you, John. Actually, I see Monty's here, and I'd like to talk with Monty a bit. Yes, at our meeting, we determined that we would have the county administrator and the city manager work through the process and to see where we can be involved and how we can be involved. Since then, there's been some discussion in the media as well, those who deal in ink. And I wanted to clarify for the record that the discussions that you have had were guided by your counsel. That was in regards to a sidewalk, correct?
That's correct. It's a walkway that will be located back away from the historical erosion lines, what we talked about the last time we were here. And John and I have worked on the revised estimate, and that's what's before you today, and we appreciate anything the county can do to help us out.
And I understand that you still have some granting that might take place, and
There's been some discussion that there might be some private funds that get donated for this cause, and if they are, I think Mr. Takanish's memo took that into account.
okay. And the ask of involvement is not, is that related to that other possibility, or is the funding separate and there is no talk of further FEMA assistance other than what was projected previously?
Nothing additional from FEMA. We're still waiting for the appeal, but we haven't heard back from that.
And if that takes place, then the ask will be greatly reduced.
It will be the cost of the project,
Shared.
less any FEMA, less any other grants, 50-50 there.
So basically, we're not, is this a request for proactive fund or reactive fund?
I don't know that I know the difference between the two.
Well, if you get a little money from if you do get the appeal with FEMA, then there'll be an adjustment, correct?
That's what your administrator's memo lays out.
Yes, and that would be reactive. No, I want to make it clear because it seems that those who write for a living, and again, this is local government, not the media, and we're guided by what we do and what you do, and we want to work together, and we discussed that, but I got a different take from what was covered. It's not you.
I can't speak for the local
Yeah,
media.
I know, and I don't want to
nor
speak
would I
for
want to.
mother because they just can, right. No, but at no time did we say that you can't have a boardwalk, and your ask is regarding this walkway.
The proposal that was selected by the city council was the walkway.
Correct.
And
I want to make sure
At the
that,
last meeting, the commission
Right.
agreed to participate in the walkway.
correct.
And this is what we're back here for. Now, will there be some other discussion about boardwalks? Possibly.
This is just a way for me to clarify some of the ambiguity that had been discussed or volleyed in any way, shape, or form, malaligning or misinforming the public of what we felt we should be doing as a board, what you should be doing from your council, and I think that you two got together and did an outstanding job. That's my input. I just wanted to do a little housekeeping on that issue. Thank you, Monty.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions?
Yes, sir. I'll be happy to make a motion that on the county administrator's recommendation that the Emory County Board of County Commissioners will contribute up to $400,000 or 50% of the Humiston project, which was alternative 3, less than any federal, state, or private grant reimbursements or appropriation, whichever is less.
Second the motion.
We have a motion by Commissioner Airman, seconded by Commissioner Moss. I see discussion.
I was just going to say that where I was last time was more like 150 to 200, and that's where I remain, so I will not be able to support that motion. Which is fine, I just want to let you guys know where I am.
Hey, you want to be consistent. I get that. And there is a possibility that if that award from FEMA increases, that our commitment will be reduced, as we discussed, by the city manager and the county administrator, and it's in the backup. Look, we have to help out and get the job done. It's not what some want, it's what the council determined, it's what we said we would help, and I don't think it's an overwhelming ask. I would like to see FEMA kick it up in the appeal. That would be very nice. I'm sure you would appreciate it as well as we would. And that's all I want to say about that. You have anything? Okay, so we have,
Public discussion.
come on down. Good to see you, Mr. Sullivan.
Tom Sullivan, 4187 West 16th Square. I guess what are we building there? What are we contributing to is the question. Is it a sidewalk?
It's a cement walkway, yes.
How long is it?
Roughly 1,500?
I did, $400,000, huh?
The total project cost as presented is just a little over $900,000. The sidewalk will run the length of Humiston Park. It also includes 4 dune crossovers down to the beach, one of them being ADA accessible, plus 2 shade pavilions.
Oh, there will be 2. I have not seen the drawings, Monty. That's the only reason I asked that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so someone had suggested at one time that there was going to be an architectural award where they would, maybe this was just rumor, where they would put it out to young architects and they would design it and the city would pick something, or was that ever discussed?
Nothing formal with that.
Okay, yeah, I thought that would have been an engaging idea, which probably would have led to more innovative thinking. But I see that you have the pavilions, which I'm happy with. My last time, I had my 99-year-old godmother there, and I think a lot of people miss that. I know you talked about that one time, Mr. Ehrman. Just saying, going down there and making it appropriate, where I think that's a big part of a lot of the people who live in the county when they go off to the beach, whether they're eating at one of the restaurants, going to that boardwalk. And this delay, in my mind, has just been a delay. I'm glad that we're finally doing something, and I hope it will be something we'll all be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, I just want to point out, part of that recommendation was to direct the county attorney to draft a project participation agreement outlining the county commissioners' commitment and participation in the project. Let me make sure.
Thank you. Did you have something, Commissioner Mosley? No. So you're leaning in there. I'm ready. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 4-1 with Commissioner Adams dissenting. All right. Can
I want to thank you on behalf of City Council and the citizens of Vero Beach for your help.
Thank you, sir.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Thank you. Merry Christmas. We're going to have, get a request for a brief recess. We'll reconvene the meeting, and we're on to Parks and Recreation Conservation. We have none other than Beth Powell for the 2023-2024 Parks Recreation Conservation Department Project Update and Parks Division. Good afternoon.
Indeed. Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. Thank you. Today, we would like to bring you an update from Parks, Recreation, and Conservation. I'm Beth Powell, and I would like to thank Brad Dewson for being my trustee sidekick today. He's our park superintendent. Every so often, it's important for us to bring these items to you, and there's no motion or business that needs to be discussed, but we did want to give you a presentation over all the accomplishments over the last year. So it's probably not as exciting as the previous hearings that you had, but we'll get we'll get these underway. So we wanted to give you the big squeeze today on Indian River County Parks. In particular, we're going to showcase the projects that we have going on for our park system within Indian River County. And as you know, we have been very busy. We've been doing our master planning. We've made improvements and or replacements to playgrounds in the fairgrounds. We've worked on access through roadways, driveways, et cetera, on different parks properties. We've worked on beautification, boardwalks and docks, and also our favorite restrooms. So we just want to highlight these today. So just a little update on our Parks and Recreation Master Plan. We are currently wrapping up with Pros Consulting. We are tying in the CIE and all of the data that we've been submitting to Budget and the County Administrator that will be coming to you very soon. And we wanted to make sure that you had all of that information incorporated into our Parks and Recreation Master Plan, as this is a 10-year plan by which we will start to work for progress throughout the county to do things like make sure that we have facilities for the growth that's coming, as well as making sure that our age groups are represented well and that we have services throughout the county, particularly in the unincorporated county, for all of our residents and also our visitors. Some of the things that we've been working on in addition to site inventory assessments, which Brad has been very helpful with and his team have been working really hard on. Also including our needs assessment survey and then QA/QCing are all of our park inventory. So that's what we're working on now, incorporating the CIE, and we expect to have that to you in February. It's time to play in Indian River County. We are very excited about 4 playground replacements that have been completed to date. Our staff have, in addition to the contractors, but our staff have done an enormous amount of labor and work to get these areas ready for children of all ages to be able to play at some of our favorite park areas like Treasure Shores Beach Park, Golden Sands Beach Park, Round Island Oceanside Park with this cute little whale that kids can climb on, and also Helen Hansen. We have 2 more park playground replacements that will be coming soon to West Wabasso Park from a grant that we got from FERDAP. So that was a grant that Gustavo helped to lead and Joe worked on, as well as West Wabasso Park and also Victor Hart Park. Those are our 2 playgrounds that will be done this year. The fairgrounds have had a lot of improvements. Now, sometimes these improvements are not as splendid as we would like, but things like roofs, air conditionings, lighting upgrades, all of these little improvements make our fairgrounds more enjoyable for the many thousands of guests that visit with us every single year. And these are people from out of town as well as our residents. We have also installed new basketball hoops so that we'll be able to expand some of our recreation basketball practices into the fairgrounds, because one of the things that's happening is we are running out of space. And that's a great thing in Indian River County when it comes to people taking advantage of all the different programs that we have. Access and driveways. It's important for us to take care of our infrastructure, particularly our driveways, our parking areas, so that we have the best location for people to be able to access all of these recreational facilities. And you can see that Golden Sands has more than 128 parking spaces. So we have a lot of capacity, but it means that we have to take care of these facilities. And again, it's sometimes things that people will quote unquote drive right by. but it makes a big difference when you pull into a park and there's not potholes or, missing parking stops and missing parking lines. So you can see what a beautiful job our contractor did with that. And they also did improvements to Donald McDonald with new paving that goes off of Roseland Road all the way down to the boat ramp. So that's another great improvement that we have. Beautification efforts. So Brad's team has been leading the charge in removing exotics throughout many of our parks areas. Particularly, we focused on Round Island Oceanside Park, Sea Grape Beach Access, and Turtle Trail Beach Access. Some of these areas like Round Island, he worked with the conservation team and they did native replantings as well as an improved pathway and also signage that provides educational information on all of the gopher tortoises that make that area also their home. Boardwalks and docks here, I sometimes think that it's not possible to see all the things that are within our county. It would take hours, and we know that from the tour when we got to show the county administrator around, and we tried so hard to reach all the areas of our county, but sometimes a picture is worth 1,000 words. You can see here the docks that Brad's team had been working on. So we had Middleton Fish Camp, Dale Wimbrow, and Donald McDonald Campground, and all of these areas are places that people can access the water, they can go fishing, and they can get to the water resources that are available. We also just completed the Florida Trans Florida Trail, which provides that pedestrian byway from the city of Sebastian and will eventually connect all the way to Fellsmere. So those bridges, I think, had been put in maybe even before I was employed with Indian River County, some of them, and so it was time for those to get an upgrade, and those have all been replaced. Well, everybody's got to go. So one of our least favorite projects is bathrooms. But what we can do is make these bathrooms easy to maintain, visually, aesthetically pleasing, and also a place where you feel safe to go. And so we have different restroom projects that our team has been working hard on. We have Joe, who's been leading most of these projects, so we really appreciate his help. We have a new restroom being constructed at Hosey Schumann. We did a lot of renovations at West Wabasso Park, the restroom there, as well as the concession area, and that was led mostly by Brad's team, and they did a great job. Round Island, we completed the Oceanside and the Riverside septic to sewer, so we're getting these restrooms that were historically on septic systems connected to either a step system through the city of Vero Beach or through actual sewer. So those are improvements to the lagoon as well. And then Kiwanis Hobart Park, you can kind of see from this photo, what we've done is we've utilized the design from the restroom that EDB did for us at Captain Forrester and Pelican Island National Wildlife Refuge. Those restrooms were built over 20 years ago, and they are still beautiful, they're very functional, they're clean, they're aesthetically pleasing. And so what we've been doing is working with them to redesign using that concept all of our restrooms. So when you go into a county park or facility, you're going to know exactly where you're at, but also it'll have consistency for maintenance purposes and also upkeep. And we know that these restrooms have really good longevity. So you can see that new restroom will be open by or before we have our disc golf tournament in late January. So we'll probably combine a ribbon cutting, and it seems odd to ribbon cut, but this is a big improvement for Kiwanis Hobart Park. It's one of our largest parks for things like family reunions and things like that. And so it's important to have restrooms that are now actually going to be a lot closer to the pavilions, which is kind of the heart of the park, where the playground, the volleyball, and also both pavilions are located. So it's been relocated. The other restroom will be demolished. And this was also another septic to sewer because our other restroom was on septic. And so this is now connected to sewer. Coming soon, lots of things coming soon. And again, one of the things that we learned from our Parks and Recreation Master Plan and from the inventories that were done from the public and surveys was that we weren't doing a good enough job telling our story. And that's partly why we're here today. And then we'll take this presentation, we'll also make sure that it's on our social media pages as well as our webpage so that people can really connect to all the information that's out there and they can see all the hard work and all the good work that you guys have been so supportive of. And we really appreciate that. So just to highlight a couple, we're finalizing the master plan. We'll be working on MLK Park through a grant funded by the Division of Historical Resources called A Tour Through Time. We've been working with the community on that, and we're really excited about being able to tell the story of the Gifford community. West Wabasso Park, we got that FERDAP grant funding, which will help to take the county's money and actually have a bigger project by which we can replace the playground. Victor Hart Senior Community Enhancement Complex, I feel like we're always doing projects there, but the park is so utilized. There's so many people there. We've started a new baby ballers tennis program there, so that's really exciting, and that's all volunteer-led. So we've had people come to us when they're engaged and actively involved with the parks, and then they're connecting to the communities, and that's really important. We'll be replacing the playground there, and then we're also building a new restroom concession area. This will be connected to sewer, whereas the current system is on septic, so yet another septic to sewer conversion. And it'll be at the heart of the park, so that's really serving all of the residents and all of the activities that are going on there. And then lastly, we have some projects going on at the fairgrounds, including the new marquee, which you approved on consent today so that we can get into negotiations with the selected contractor. And we're working really hard to get UF-IFAS an office space there, which is approved in the CIE, so that we can get our UF-IFAS staff in the heart of our county so they can do more to serve all of our residents. So these are just a couple highlights, and there's so many more. But if you want to know more about Indian River County Parks and Recreation, we want to connect all of our visitors and all of our residents to all the different ways that we are getting the information out. We have our website, we have the Outer Spatial app, GIS mapping, and the program guide. And all of this is made possible because of all the partnerships that we have with IT and with GIS. Elaine has been doing an amazing job of doing our program guide. We're now working on our third program guide, and we'll be printing 11,000 of those twice a year. They go to every elementary school aged child in the school district, and we really appreciate the partnership that we have with the school district as well. So these are just a few ways that you can reach this information and get connected to all the things that we have going on in, facility-wise, but also program-wise. And then I would just like to give a special thank you to our parks team. I've been working in the park system almost 25 years now. I think in January it'll be 25 years. And they have always been so supportive of conservation. They are one of the most amazing groups of people that I've had the opportunity to work with. They've taught me so much throughout all the years, and I really couldn't do it without you guys, and we really appreciate all of your help. And Brad, I really appreciate your leadership all of these years and stepping up in ways that he sometimes said he wasn't comfortable doing, but he's done it anyway. But I think it's through his leadership that we are where we're at right now with our park system, and I just want to give a lot of gratitude to you, Brad, and your team. And that's it, unless you have any questions.
Anyone have any questions?
Oh, wow, thanks a lot. 25 years, that's incredible.
It's a tremendous report, and I will also add, and to Mike, that anytime we have an event or an occurrence in any of our recreational endeavors, we see your entire team. They're dedicated, and I appreciate it. I know this board appreciates it, because the citizens deserve to have a robust activity. And I think that the entire staff is committed to that. The other end, the building, the capital end, has to come before us. And I hope that we can continue to do the very best so that your team has the right environment to provide for what the citizens deserve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
An
Chairman.
awful lot of work.
I echo everything you said. I think it's great. I think this Parks and Recreation and Conservation is just on a roll right now. We need to keep up the momentum. Y'all are doing such a great job. I appreciate everything, because you know it's near and dear to my heart, and it's just fabulous what I'm seeing.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's keep it up, you know? And anything else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing, Mike? Nothing? That's it?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Counselor.
That's a little Latin this morning.
Yeah, he threw a little bit of legalese.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, move on to county attorney matters, which is the counteroffer for a parcel of right-of-way located at 7950 66th Avenue, Vero Beach, Florida, 32967, parcel 128, owned by Orville L. Ganben III and Kelly L. Jackson, and we have Counselor Susan Prado.
Thank you, Commissioners. Good afternoon. Susan Prado, Deputy County Attorney on behalf of Indian River County. We have received a counter offer from the property owner, Orville Ganben and Kelly Jackson, in an eminent domain case that we currently have open. The counter offer to settle, it winds up being a total of $72,240,000. That's broken down to be $50,000 for the area of take, which is a .08 parcel. And the cost that she has associated with this, which she's entitled to via Florida statute, in the amount of $4,700 for an appraisal and $5,000 for an engineering analysis, as well as her statutory attorney's fees in the amount of $12,540. This would wrap up the last parcel on the 66th Avenue street widening project that has gone on over an amount of years. If you look at the attachment that was provided with the staff report, it demonstrates the corner sliver that is the area of take. It is the suggestion from this office that we settle this amount. I do understand that it is higher than what we initially offered in the amount of $12,000. However, that was back in 2021, going back and forth in negotiations between our outside counsel, myself, and her attorney. This is what we have come to, and this is what she is claiming to be her final counter offer. So at this point in time, in order to prevent any further expenditures, it is this office's suggestion that we settle this case. I'm available for any questions that you all may have.
It's been a long road for this project to be completed. And this is the parcel that allows us to do that. This is the very last piece. It started in 2007. It's been a long road. And if we learned anything about this process, it can take many turns. In the end, what's fair and equitable, what's appropriate, what's considered, and then the rest of it with the experts, assessment, legal, and as you state, according to Florida law, we are responsible for that. The taxpayer is responsible for that. And at this juncture, although it's high, it completes the puzzle. It may feel a little higher than we should be doing, but if we know anything about the history of the project and these parcels, we've had this pain many times before, and the cost factor can ratchet. Not that the property owner would gain, but many additional experts will gain. And yes, ultimately, if it goes to court, we will have to pay additional funding of the taxpayer funds. So, in essence, the argued debate or detract from it in any way is only going to increase the burden on the taxpayer and not a benefit, or may not be a benefit for the property owner. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say, Commissioner. Going to court, you don't know what the jury would say to that. However, whatever expert fees and costs that you've just noted, the taxpayer, the county would be liable for paying. As per Florida statute, we are required to pay all of that. So those would be additional costs that would be incurred in going to a trial. That was why our office was suggesting a settlement in this case, while we can still keep some of those expert fees and costs at a lower end. And this is a global settlement. This would deal with the apportionment fees as well that she's also entitled to for her attorney dealing with the mortgage that is on the property as well.
So this proposed settlement has a lot of flavor of cost avoidance in it, is what I was suggesting.
Yes, Commissioner, that is correct. The only thing that is left in this particular settlement is we are going to be working out an easement for the final placement of a pipe for drainage, just the location. Other than that, everything else is included here and finalized.
And other than what's in print, there is no express or implied commitment to resources or other than like the soil, the fill. There's nothing else.
No, sir. They are all lined out here within the memorandum that has been provided to this board. And as you noted, there are other non-monetary benefits, which are the different apron driveways, the 24-foot, the 12-foot, and I forget how many, loads of sand or fill
I believe
that will be
20.
deposited on the property owner's property. And it's their duty to spread that and to do all that, yes. We are not required to do any further, correct?
So it's drop on demand.
Correct.
Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I know Commissioner Lohr, Councilor Schuler, and even our county administrator weren't here when we ended up buying a lot of it and a lot of the other properties, but if I say the O'Brien rule, I know that you, Commissioner Moss, and Commissioner Adams and myself know what we're talking about. So I think this definitely applies to under the O'Brien rule. So even though I may not like it, I'll make a motion to staff's recommendation.
A motion and a second. We have any other discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Fine work, Counselor.
Thank you, Commissioners. Have a wonderful day.
Yep. The legacy. Next item is Commissioner matters, and we do have just one, and that would be Commissioner Joe Ehrman's Commissioner's memorandum regarding Children's Service Advisory Committee. You have.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, I want to talk to you about, first of all, I'd like to do separate, two supplemental funding requests that's recommended and approved by the Children's Services Advisory Committee at its regular meeting on December 10th. And then when we get done with that, I would like to discuss the appointment of how we select the committee chairman and what I feel we should do, being in my year that I've spent on as the Children's Services Advisory Liaison. So first, talking about the supplemental funding request. The Children's Services Advisory Committee has continued its commitment to supporting essential programs serving children and families in Indian River County. And on April 9th, 2024, we as the board approved the total funding of $2.9 million. The Children's Services Advisory Committee made a recommendation to fund 47 of the programs submitted to them out of the ones that they decided to submit, out of many that were submitted, with the total of award being $2.8 million on June 18th, 2024. And that's broken down into, of course, health and well-being, nurturing and families of communities, success in school and life. So after allocating the 47 programs, there was a remaining balance, if you remember, of $128,810 with the CSAC recommendation that it be used for future needs in servicing the children and families of this fiscal year 24-25. The board approved CSAC funding's request for children's programs in fiscal year 24-25 and authorized that should a program funding come available through default, non-compliance, or early termination of awarded grant program during the fiscal year, staff will bring an item to the board for approval of an alternate program or service based on the needs of Children and Families in Indian River County. On November 12th, 2024, several CSAC-funded agencies presented at the CSAC meeting of that day additional funding due to unexpected funding reductions from Southeast Florida Behavioral Health Network, and this was notified by the Department of Children and Family Services, and it impacted the core services of, there was 3 requests, but the third one ended up getting their money with the Healthy Start and Thrive, which formerly known as Substance Awareness, having their funding reduced significantly for this. During that meeting, Thrive requested $97,500 for its prevention work programs, and the Indian River County Healthy Start Coalition requested $50,000 for its fatherhood program. The CSAC committee requested at that time that they return in December after making efforts to secure additional funding from outside sources. I can tell you that they did, and they did very well. The substance abuse requested $97,000. They got it down to $24,580. Healthy Start for the Fatherhood Program requested $50,000, and they got that down to $7,280. So what I would ask you, and the reason I'm bringing this up and it didn't come under staff's matters, is because that $128,000 that wasn't used by CSAC moved into the general fund. There's not a contingency fund set up such as what we do with TDC. We have a contingency fund for that. So this has been moved back to the general fund. So this money would come back out of the general fund to fund these should you vote in the affirmative. So CSAC board at the meeting last week gave a unanimous approval to this, and so I'm bringing it back to you to have that $24,580 and the $7,280 for a total of just over $31,000 be given back to staff to distribute accordingly to Healthy Start and to the Thrive, formerly known as Substance Awareness. Any questions? Or staff can certainly answer those questions too. But Commissioners, what I can tell you also in this, and I talked with our Assistant County Administrator many times about this, I think this shows to where Children's Services has come from and now have gone to, how they have excelled so gracefully and so efficiently. It really is very special. The fact that they didn't spend all the money that was allocated to them. First of all, they left $128,000 out there and hoping it could be used if the need arose, but that went back to the general fund. But still, they had 2 organizations that came before them and asked for well over $100,000 and asked to reduce it, and they did, and now we're around $31,000 and some change. I think it's a motion and awesome government, especially by one of our committees. So that's my opinion. I don't know if you have anything you want to add. So I'll make a motion that we fund $31,000 out of the general fund to be split between $24,580 to Thrive and $7,280 to Healthy Start.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Ehrman, seconded by Commissioner Moss. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chair, I think that we'll go along with it, but let's be mindful that this body sets policy. I don't know if there's a specific policy that CSAC has done. In the event we did not have that outstanding balance, which I applaud you and the team for returning those dollars. I think you said there was 47. What happens if 45 of the other are similarly situated in this time next year? Additionally, you mentioned they were reduced. Was there a reason why they were reduced?
Maybe Cindy can answer that, but DCF notified these organizations that their funding had just been cut, and they were already moved into the program, working the program, doing what they're supposed to do, thinking that, not knowing that would be cut. So it actually came from the state of Florida. I don't know if she can add a better answer to that.
I can't really add more, but yes, that is correct. Southeast Florida Behavioral Health cut the programs after they were initiated and started. And so it was very abrupt. 3 of the programs that we fund out of the 47 were impacted by that funding. As Commissioner Urban said, originally the ask was over $207,000 between Tykes and Teens program, Thrives program, and Healthy Starts program. So they did their due diligence in getting it down to $31,860, but it was a surprise to all of us that that funding was cut. So.
And it had been supplemented by the hospital district board. They had some of the donors that they went out and seeked were the hospital district board, Johns Island Community Service, Danny River Community Foundation, anonymous and private donorships. So I think they've tapped all their sources.
Well, it is rather easily supportable based on the nexus of why we were there, or they were there, as far as the reduction in support. And in addition, while they did have that reduction, I truly appreciate that they went to all available sources before it came to us. This is not, hey, we left that money on the table, now we want it. This is stopgap. It's a repair of what they intended to be able to operate on. Unfortunately, the grant got pulled back a little bit. And I just want to commend the individual applicants for raising the bar before we have to get to the cash register. So, thank you. Seeing nothing else? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Hey, hold on for 5-0.
The next part of my request would be to talk to you about how we do the chairmanship. Currently, basically somebody volunteers, and there's not been a lot of volunteers, but thank God we have Miranda Swanson from the health department. She's done it probably more than anybody should have done it. But she got stuck with it because she believes in the system and the committee. So with that part being said, I will tell you that being the commissioner appointee this year, and I know that Commissioner Adams has done this numerous times, Commissioner Moss has done it. I don't know if you've done it, sir, Mr. Chairman, but for me, what I saw a little bit was the fact that a commissioner has to, let me put this how I wrote it. So, since the commissioner liaison is involved in voting on various items at the BOCC meetings, it is unnecessary for this individual to hold a voting role at the committee level. The change will allow for a more streamlined decision-making process while still ensuring that CSAC is guided by a consistent, nonpartisan leader. And the reason I say that is because the chairperson, I think, needs to be somebody that's strong in dealing with some of these personalities. Not that our chairman hasn't done that at all. I just think it's unfair to her to ask her to do it time and time again, because she's the only one that has stepped up to the plate to be the chairman, at least in my knowledge, at least this conversation that I've had there and with other members about this issue. So I think it's important that if we could put the commissioner on, or they kind of serve the neutral role, they're chairman of the committee, and they can bring it back to the commission and vote on it. I thought it was kind of odd, y'all can certainly disagree with this, but for me, it was kind of odd to vote on something at the CSAC level and then have to vote on it again at this level. It was just kind of weird to me and kind of out of sorts a little bit. Not that I couldn't handle it. If you want to leave it like it is, I'm okay with that. But I just thought it was really kind of a position that I didn't really like to be put in. But I think what they need more importantly is consistent leadership, knowing that it's coming from the board. Because right now, somebody volunteers, they recommend it, and we say yes. What I will tell you is I brought this before CSAC at the last meeting, and it was voted and approved unanimously. All the members there thought it was a good idea. So I want your thoughts on that, but I would like to have the county attorney's office redo and bring back to us a new ordinance making the commission liaison the chairman of the CSAC board in a non-voting capacity. And I would also add that if you decide to do this, we will need to add a 15th member, because by taking the commissioner out of that role, it drops it back to 14. I would recommend to this board that we make it an at-large position and to make that number of 15. So that would give us an additional at-large position. I hope I explained it carefully, and I hope I explained it thoroughly, but that's the other part of this that I would like to do. So if you, and have the county attorney draft up the appropriate stuff so we can move forward with this.
I appreciate you covering all points, because it will require an ordinance change. It will require an addition to the cadre, as you need 15 the members. So you'd have to offset that and then have the chair. And I'm sure Commissioner Adams appreciates it because she's the new appointee. So I'm sure she appreciates your.
I'm doing her such a favor, I can't help it.
Was this written
With
before I
friends
released?
like you guys, I'm just saying.
Was this written before I released the? Yeah. Okay. Well, what does Commissioner Adams think?
I mean, it's whatever the board wants, but I mean, I serve as the chair for affordable housing. It's not necessarily, I think you serve as chair for TDC. And as I recall, before my time, but possibly not before your time, all the committees were run by a commissioner. A commissioner
Yes.
chaired all the committees.
When we had a recreation and.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's.
Utilities, it was cumbersome.
It was, but sometimes it does help the continuity of the decision-making process, but I'd go either way. We have precedent, we have others that operate differently, so it's whatever the board
Be
wants.
careful if you show ambivalence. You just did. You have any? No conceptual?
No, I think it makes sense, Commissioner Erman's proposal. Is that a motion?
I made a motion, right, the motion would be to have the county attorney make the appropriate changes to the ordinance to bring back to the board, making the appointee liaison of the Board of County Commissioners chairman in a non-voting capacity, and adding one additional at-large member to bring the number back to the 15.
Second.
Okay.
I think it was well thought out. Well thought out. Thank you, Joe. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Counselor, we good? Yep. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next item, we're going to move on to the Solid Waste Disposal District. Change your hats, and we're going to look at amendment number 1 for solid waste recyclables for collection franchise agreement between SWID and Waste Management.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Himanshu Mehta, Managing Director of the Solid Waste Disposal District. I know it's getting late in the day, but I'll try to wrap up. I do have a few slides for you. I can tell you that over the past month, since the board approved the franchise agreement, Waste Management and staff have been working very hard on all the critical items to make sure that we have a smooth transition starting October 1, 2025. So in that process, we realized that there were some things that we wanted to clarify in the agreement, some enhancements that would lower some fees for residential, multifamily, and commercial customers. No? That would help. So definition of bulk trash, we clarified, what white goods mean, such as a stove, washer, dryer, fridge, et cetera. And we clarified some exclusions. There was, the way it was written earlier, there were some exclusions about motor vehicles. We certainly don't want folks putting motor vehicles out and considering that bulk. So we kind of clarified that. We also enhanced the definition of roll carts. Currently, we use, I think 64 gallon, and 96 gallons. So we standardized it, so it's all 555, 35 gallons, 65 gallons, 95 gallons. So all our literature and everything will be updated, and the roll carts are of that size. So there was an article 3.2.3 about self-hauling. And it was actually a meeting in the town of Indian River Shores. One of the town council members kind of said, well, what does that mean? Can a resident self-haul and then sort of opt out of the universal service? And so we've clarified that article to say, no, you can self-haul. However, you will be paying those fees on your universal tax bill. And so just because you decide to take it to the community center or bring it to the landfill doesn't mean you don't have to pay the fee on your universal collection bill. So that was just a provision that we added to kind of clarify that a little bit. So Article 6.3.6, multifamily containers. This is predominantly for recycling. We used to have 64-gallon recycling carts for multifamily. And prior to 2015, this latest franchise agreement, we actually had 95-gallon carts at multifamily containers. And what that would do is the bigger size containers meant that you had less of them. So what we're doing is, in this amendment, kind of clarifying that for multifamily communities, they're going to have 95-gallon carts for recycling purposes. And also, though, if the community decides to have a commercial dumpster or even a roll-off container for recycling, that we'll go ahead and accommodate that as well for multifamilies. So that was a clarification there for multifamily. And then it came to commercial locks. One of the things we had in the original agreement here in this franchise agreement was we were requiring all multifamily communities and all commercial businesses for the hauler to put a lock on them, on these containers. And so we had a healthy discussion about that. What was the reason why staff put that in the franchise agreement? And is to a couple of things. One is that you have overfilling that occurs when the people that are using them, they overfill it. You have litter outside the container. So you got rodents and those kind of health issues that can occur. You also have illegal dumping that can occur if the container is not locked. So we thought, let's require the hauler to put a lock on all these containers. And yes, Commissioner Adams.
I have a question about the logistics.
So one of the things in this amendment we've done is we've taken that out.
Okay.
Okay. So
Big nightmares about somebody at the restaurant losing a key, and now I can't throw away garbage, and I was having a self-induced panic attack.
So, and instead of trying to get our code enforcement involved and things like that, what we've said is we're looking at, Waste Management offered a clean, they call it a clean program, and I have it's a big acronym, so let me find that somewhere here. Is it on here? I'm going to, it's one of the, I'm jumping ahead. Community Litter Environmental Protection Awareness and Notice Program, the CLEAN program. And so what we're doing is in lieu of locks, we've agreed to allow Waste Management to implement this program. I can show you, I'm just jumping ahead to the slides, but this is kind of what it looks like. We see, a lot of folks using the container, and they don't have the right size container maybe, they don't have the right frequency for collection.
We should just break down their boxes.
They should. That's a good example where that business should really be recycling, right? But it's again, having employees that may or may not be following the rules, and you got the owner that wants to do the right thing, but they have turnover in staff, and so to avoid what's happening on the left, what the Clean program does is gives you a container situation, the intent of being on the right side. Now, there is a awareness and a notice program, and going back to the previous slide, the first incident would basically cause the hauler to provide a notification to the issue there, and an opportunity for a complimentary audit. So Waste Management staff would go there, identify that you have an overfilling situation, and give them some options, and that first fee would be waived. And the idea with the audit is to say, do you want to right-size your container? You have a 4 cubic yard container, maybe it's not big enough, go to a 6-yard container. Or maybe a frequency change. Maybe they're only getting picked up twice a week, now they can go to 3 times a week for pickup, and again, trying to reduce this. In those cases, if they make the change, then in the future incident, that $200 fee, would be waived for that incident if they make these changes. The additional option is then to go also to a gravity lock. Now, there's a cost for the gravity lock. It's a one-time fee. That overage charge would go away. Now, if after they get a lock and they continue to have an issue of overfilling, then there would be a charge. The maximum charge per month is limited to $800. So you could have an overfilling situation occur, but the idea is we're not looking to just continually penalize, this, but to make them aware that we want, the container to be right size or the frequency to be right size. And if you have a lock, then to make sure that their employees and everybody is using the locks. So we feel like this is going to be a good enhancement. And again, it avoids, what we were doing was a mandatory requirement for locks on all multifamily and commercial containers. And so we've done away with that. Now, not knowing what kind of reaction you're going to get from from commercial businesses, right, for enforcing this type of a fine to them. Some of them may get upset that we have this. So what we're doing is we put this in as a 12-month pilot. So it'll be something we try for only commercial businesses. Multifamily, we're implementing the Clean program as of a change for this amendment. But for commercial, we're looking at it as a 12-month pilot. We'll see what kind of feedback we get, what kind of pushback that maybe phone calls you get or the county administrator gets or our staff get about this Clean program. We'll try it out, and if it is successful, then we'll continue on. But we are looking at that as a pilot. Going back real quick. So that was the Clean program, the commercial locks. One of the other things that has occurred is Indian River Shores and Blue Cypress. We've got some exceptions in here for that. When it comes to Indian River Shores and working with the town manager, Jim Harpering, one of the things that they have is large communities that do not allow their residents to put yard waste out at the curb. It's a community, for example, Johns Island. They require their residents to have a landscaper and for the landscaper to take all their material away when they're done. The residents are not allowed to put yard waste out at the curbside in Johns Island. So the request came is, can we get an exception for the carted yard waste program? Why deliver carts to those residents if they're not allowed to put yard waste out at the curb? So we had a healthy discussion with the town, healthy discussion with Waste Management, with the understanding that those residents would still pay on their tax bill. And in the case of town of Indian River Shores, it's going to be administered through the town's trim notice process and whatnot. But those residents would still pay the same amount of fee as anybody else in Indian River Shores. We would compensate Waste Management the same as any other home in Indian River Shores. However, those residents will not, Waste Management won't have to purchase the cart, they won't have to deliver the cart, or do a weekly collection for yard waste services for those residents that the town has identified. And it's only for large HOA designated community. So we'll have a list from the town of Indian River Shores, and by January 31st, 2025, we'll provide that list to Waste Management, so they'll know that these are areas not to deliver the yard waste cart. And speaking of the yard waste cart, as you see in this picture, you certainly all recognize the blue cart, which is a recycling cart, the gray cart, which is our garbage cart, and we're introducing a new yard waste cart. The body of it is going to be a cocoa brown, and the top is orange. I had, this is me, I'll just say, and I'm welcome to take any input, and this is maybe a last chance.
Do you really want the input, though?
Well, let me tell you what I was thinking. I really wanted this is the yard waste program, I wanted a fall look, I wanted to give a nod to the citrus orange industry, if you will, even though I'm a Gator, so this has nothing to do with the Gators. I wanted that sort of a fall look to our community, if you will, as well. And so that's why I originally wanted an all-orange cart, but my staff said no to that. So there was a compromise with a cocoa brown, which is more of a tree trunk. This is kind of my vision, the tree trunk, right?
I like this abstract vision that you have, Himanshu, and what I really like is how much effort you put into matching the seasons.
That's right.
With the yard waste cart.
Right.
But I am glad that you went for a tree trunk look instead of an orange.
There you go.
Now, those of us in Sebastian have green and blue.
That's right.
So is this going to be any color clash, or?
No, so
Only
we
if
didn't.
they're on the same truck together.
Yeah, well, so you don't have a yard waste program, with a carted yard waste program in
So I have to
Sebastian.
bring it to another commissioner's.
Right. So this is only for unincorporated Indian River County residents. The third cart would be this cart that we've selected.
There's a lot. Kudos on the amount of thought you put into the color for the yard waste.
Oh, my
How many choices did they give you? Like any color in the world?
I think Waste Management, because of what's happening with Sebastian having green carts, they said, don't pick green, because there'd be a lot of confusion there.
You guys might want to whittle down the choices just for future.
Was yellow under consideration? Was yellow?
Pink,
Pink?
in California, they have purple, was an option, so so hopefully you'll support my selection here on the cocoa brown and the orange, but.
They have brown in Colorado.
We've gone down the rabbit hole, sorry.
All right, no problem. So any questions on Indian River Shores? I think we kind of are supporting their ask for the exception in those communities. And bringing up to Blue Cypress, we have what we call a sixth convenience center at Blue Cypress Lake. It's at the entrance of our park out there. And the residents, there's about maybe 70 to 80 residents out there that utilize that quote unquote unmanned convenience center out there. And when this universal program came up, I think Barbara Burr, who's their unofficial spokesperson, came here during that time and said that they have such small narrow roads that having curbside collection is something that they did not want. They liked their convenience center out there. They wanted to continue to utilize it. So we worked with them to basically also add an exception in this amendment with the same understanding that those residents will be on the tax bill. They will have universal service like any other residents, but they're almost kind of being treated like a multifamily kind of a complex where the containers that they're used to doing now, Republic Services is servicing that convenience center, if you will, that will go away. Waste Management will take over the management of that convenience center, if you will, and that operation. So they'll provide garbage container, dumpsters, recycling dumpsters, bulk service, yard waste service, all through that centralized area at Blue Cypress. And what we've done as an educational forum is we've got a flyer set up that we're going to deliver out there with my business card, so if they have any questions. And my plan is to follow up with probably a certified letter to them, Because in the future, if somebody moves in, we want to be on record that we've notified those residents that they will have universal billing. However, they're not going to get curbside service. In lieu of curbside service, it's going to be at the Blue Cypress Park that they've had for 30, 40 years. Let's see, the limits on roll carts for solid waste and yard waste. Right now, residents can buy a second garbage cart, and they pay a $60 fee for delivery, and they don't pay any sort of a monthly fee on that second garbage cart. In the new franchise agreement, what we had is the fee for delivery is $100, and there's an extra monthly fee. So your universal service gets you the first cart, but if you want a second cart, then there's an extra monthly billing between the hauler and the homeowner. So one of the things that we wanted to do is couldn't really apply sort of a grandfather rule for the past for folks that already have, second garbage carts. But what we've done in this amendment is anybody that orders a second garbage cart starting January 1, 2025, leading up to the start of the new contract, that Waste Management will communicate to them that we'll waive the delivery fee, if you will, for that second cart, with the understanding that resident is agreeing to signing up for monthly service to maintain that second cart in the new contract. So it'll be communication between Waste Management and that customer. The idea was that somebody in a current franchise, if they were to pay $60, get a second garbage cart, brand new cart, and then October 1 starts, are we going to take that cart away? Because what's happening is the folks that have 2 garbage carts now, when Waste Management goes to deliver new garbage carts, they're only delivering 1 garbage cart. So it's 1 garbage cart per resident on the universal program, and 1 yard waste cart per customer.
So is the pickup for that second cart, is that between the owner and Waste Management?
That's correct, that's
Okay.
correct. And
What about if I wanted a second yard cart, same deal?
Same deal. So that's a new program, so everybody's gonna get 1 yard waste cart, and after they get it, if they want a second yard waste cart, they can purchase it for $100 and agree that there's gonna be a monthly, billing directly between the homeowner and Waste Management for that. And the limits on the number of carts, recycling is unlimited, but we've basically said there's a limit of total of 4 carts. So you could have 2 garbage carts, 2 yard waste carts, or you could have 1 garbage cart and 3 yard waste carts. So a limit of just 4 per home is what we're doing. Otherwise, it could get really chaotic, the number of carts that people
Now,
have.
would a second recycle cart be between Waste Management and the owner?
No, the recycling is, they can have additional recycling carts. There is no additional fee for recycling collection.
When are the brown carts going to appear?
In autumn.
In autumn.
Just in time for pumpkin spice season.
So we are working with them on the delivery schedules. We don't want to introduce them too early. However, all of the carts are going to the new carts will be delivered to residents prior to October 1, way in advance of October 1. We're working on the schedule. And we're again finalizing the colors and the labels and things like that, but they will be starting to place the orders and get these carts in production in ample time for delivery prior to October 1, the start of the contract. So
In the unincorporated area.
unincorporated area, yes, sir.
You're not getting a new one. You can borrow mine if you want.
A couple last things. We had a rate adjustment in the original agreement. It still referenced a fuel adjustment, which is not something that we've applied. It was an amendment way back in this current franchise agreement where we removed a fuel adjustment factor. For some reason, it was a carryover in the new franchise agreement, so we've agreed to remove that reference to any fuel price adjustments for that. And then the introduction of the CLEAN program has resulted in some savings and sort of negotiating that to do away with all of the lock requirements. We were able to work out some savings to our residents. So I just want to kind of identify some of the numbers. So the collection of additional roll cart that we just talked about, the original price was $15 per month. There's about a 33% reduction to now $10 a month for that. when residents, if they decide to put more solid waste out or more yard waste out, that there was going to be a, price per cubic yard for that. We've got about a 29% decrease in those prices from $35 to $25. Couldn't get them to agree to cart cleaning, reducing cart cleaning. And I can say that there's other folks out there that can provide competitive pricing for folks that want their carts cleaned. So on the commercial side, on the supplemental, again, we saw about some further reductions on the fee per month for the rollout. There, about a 47% decrease on some of those prices. And multifamily, one of the things that when we talk about multifamily communities, recycling carts, sometimes they're stored in a building, inside of a building, and the driver has to get out and go in there, retrieve the cart, and then put it back. And so there's an additional fee per month. We were able to get a 50% reduction from $20 per month per cart down to $10 per month per cart. Same thing, about a 47% decrease on container rollouts and returns for solid waste. Also, opening and closing doors and gates. Sometimes we get complaints about gates being left open and so on and so forth, and damages to gates and whatnot. So we're kind of now putting it on that the community deserves to have that service if they have those gates and whatnot. But there will be a charge for that, and then Waste Management will ensure that the drivers will ensure making sure those gates are locked. And that's it. With that, I'll answer any questions, but I recommend approval of Amendment 1 to the franchise agreement.
I'll be happy to move approval.
Second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Merry Christmas.
Great presentation. Merry Christmas. A nice tie. All right, let's wrap this up. The Solid Waste Disposal District preliminary budget
Move
hearing.
approval.
Second. I have a motion and a second. Further discussion, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Solid Waste Disposal final budget hearing.
Move approval.
Second. Any further discussion, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. And approval of the SWID meeting.
Move approval.
Second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. That concludes this brief meeting. And the rain has come. Oh,
That was added to consent.
no,
Consent.
yeah, that was a consent.
Oh, good.
Yeah, should we have anything else?
No.
Well-
Just have a very Merry Christmas.
I just wanted that opportunity to say the same thing.
Oh, sorry.
And very Merry Christmas and a Happy Hanukkah. This is our last meeting of the year, and the holiday season is fast approaching. As the rains are coming down, let's all get home and begin the process to celebrate our holidays.
Woohoo!
I wish everyone the very best from your commission. Meeting adjourned.